Welcome everybody, bright and early or late, depending on where you are in the world. Thanks so much for joining us yesterday and for joining us again today. I'm looking at, oh shit, I'm trying to remember, what sort of the wish that she had for us for today to sort of enjoy literature. So it's another day of enjoying books and literature. And without further ado, I'll hand over to our wonderful chair, Marie-Lise.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Good morning or good afternoon or evening, everybody. So I'm Marie-Lise Pauli from France, from the University of Bordeaux, and I'm in charge of a research center on women's creativity. It is my pleasure today to introduce our first speaker, Christopher Hogarth. But before that, I should say a few words about this morning's panel entitled The Middlebrow Intersectionality and the Global Novel. So we have three panelists for this, and we'll start with Christopher Hogarth from the University of South Australia. Oops. Christopher is going to talk about French women's movements down under, the burgeoning of Francophone middlebrow migrant and travel texts. He's a senior lecturer of literary studies and French at the University of South Australia. And he has published especially on the intersection of literature from France, Italy, and Senegal, with a focus on migrant writing and trans-diasporic identity. He's currently a chief investigator on the Australian Research Council-sponsored discovery project entitled Transnational Selves, French Narratives of Migration to Australia. And so we're eager to listen to what he has to tell us today about his research interest in relation to the topic of the conference. So, Christopher, if you have a PowerPoint to share, you may do that now, and you have 20 minutes.
Sure thing. Well, I hope I don't talk for too long, but okay. So while individuals and groups have long migrated through the Francophone, French-speaking world, the increase in migration from the late 20th century onwards has led to a proliferation of migrant writing. In the French context, what's most interesting about this body of literature is that it breaks free of the common directions and destinations of previous times. So rather than representing journeys from a colony or former colony to a metropole, and rather than positioning the urban spaces of France as the major catalyst for migrant experience, ostensibly more literary works are forging new patterns of travel, involving different regions and creating new global connections. So in this paper, I explore examples of such migrant literature written by women and related to the category of the middlebrow in literature, under which they appear to be placed. Of course, this is an awkward term because middlebrow doesn't exist as a translatable term in French. The study forms part of a wider project on French-Australian life writing and literature, sponsored by the Australian Research Council, which I'm working on with my partner, Natalie Edwards. And here we're exploring the ways in which these works contribute to a global French literature that collapses distinctions between elite, niche, and popular, and between centre and periphery. So recently, Juana Sabo has an extended discussion around migrant literature, pointing to how late 20th century texts transition from the literature of migrant authors' homelands to that of their hostland, whereas the migrant texts of the 21st century demonstrate that symbolic capital is not solely bound to Paris, even when France remains central to their literary legitimation. They thus relativize France's central position in the World Republic of Letters without displacing this centre altogether. Now, Suba Xavier's work, which appeared 2 years before Sabo's in 2016, is concerned with a similar mode of interpretation that moves beyond France and beyond Paris. She points towards what she calls a global French literature that does not correspond to categories of post-colonial or necessarily simple Francophone inquiry. Xavier views migrant writing as a category of its own and unrestricted by national categorization. Although she highlights the importance of national publishing industries to the dissemination of migrant works, she finds that migrant literature circulates between nations and national identities, carving out a space for itself beyond a movement from one nation to another. She suggests that migrant texts frequently conform their cultural expectations within their place of publication, but also criticize that culture, and that they therefore, quote, conceive dominant paradigms and discourses while slowly undoing them from within, unquote. This is particularly acute in the case of female-authored migrant texts, in which Xavier finds, quote, the experience of migration as a wellspring of creative possibility, one that allows them to contest all forms of fecundity, be they based on national, cultural, sexual, or racial identities. Although these analyses underscore the positive elements of migrant writing and celebrate an openness to listening to the voices of migrant writers, they also sound something of a note of caution regarding the consumption of this body of literature. Szabo in particular highlights the way in which migrant literature has become consecrated in certain national publishing markets. Focusing on the French context, she argues that, quote, a profitable market for migrant fiction informs and sustains literary production in contemporary France, unquote. Szabo points to what she refers to as a niche market, highlighting changes in the literary field since 2000. In particular, she notices what she calls the appearance of an intermediary marketplace consisting of small and independent presses whose editors position migrant novels for both symbolic and commercial success. The rise of digital audiences that review migrant novels and thus participate in value-making processes, and the creation of new literary prizes for the migrant genre, leading to the opening of national institutions to migrant authors. By analysing publishing trends, sales figures, and the creation and distribution of literary prizes, Szabo argues quite convincingly that the growing dissemination of migrant literature is linked to marketability and profit. Similarly, the relation of the publishing industry and readers' tastes are foregrounded in analysis by Graham Huggan. Huggan discerns a strategic exoticism in some works of migrant literature, which he feels is designed to appeal to a certain audience who are drawn in by the exotic aspects of narrative while being comforted by its familiarity. Such a mixture of visualization and critique has proved popular amongst readers. One thinks, for example, of Peter Mayle's Heureux in Provence. As these critical interventions demonstrate, the reality of readership and audience is an important consideration in the field of migrant writing. Szabo in particular argues that this reality has changed in the 21st century, and that the categories of readers upon whom publishing houses formerly relied are no longer discernible. She refers to Pierre Bourdieu's theory of the literary field, in which the sociologist delineates three competing principles of legitimation: an autonomous form of recognition granted by elite producers in the self-sufficient world of art for art's sake, a bourgeois form reflecting the tastes of the dominant class, and then popular consideration, which is bestowed by mass audiences. Szabo argues that this neat compartmentalization of consecrated practices has altered in the 20th century, and that in particular the notion of art for art's sake and bourgeois taste are largely irrelevant to today's cultural industries. She argues that Bourdieu's theory of the literary field evolved into a conception of a literary marketplace, which she divides into the subfields of restricted and large-scale productions. In other words, into an elite market that produces aesthetically valuable work, and a mass market which produces commercially viable ones. She again suggests a recent collapse of such neat distinctions. This accords with Australian Beth Driscoll's 2014 theory of a middle-brow literature, which conflates elite and mass market texts. Driscoll describes middle-brow texts, practices, and institutions as middle-class, reverential towards elite culture, entrepreneurial, mediated, feminized, emotional, recreational, and earnest. She further points to the space in contemporary culture that is neither elite nor popular, where literary and commercial practices are dynamically interrelated. Interestingly, Szabo herself insists on a distinction between migrant and middlebrow texts, since, unlike middlebrow texts, migrant texts, at least in France, also partake of an elite culture without revering it. Now, Diana Holmes recently writes in more detail on the middlebrow in France, noticing that there lies a wide domain composed of all those hybrid novels read by most readers for a usually unexamined mix of reasons. And these include the desire to be entertained, the wish to expand one's own knowledge and understanding, the appeal of venturing through simulated experience beyond the confines of the self. And you can see all of these different things that she said here. Holmes argues that Milbrow often does engage elite culture, however, even within the so-called sentimentalism, for which it's often dismissed in French literary circles, a privileged high culture, often associated with what she calls difficult modernist or postmodern texts. Migrant texts we examine in our projects are, we argue, examples of middle-brow migrant texts. We're exploring these as an investigation into notions of a global French literature within an Australian framework. As pinpointed in research in migrant literature, the texts we focus upon depart from paradigms that present France as the centre, that place Paris or an alternative urban space as the ultimate destination, or stage movement between former colony and colonial power. Instead, these works depict migrants leaving France for a faraway place in the Anglosphere. For example, we're working on literary works by two female French migrants to Australia, published within a few years of one another. And you have them here, Marie-Paul Leroux's La Grande Nuit dans le Bellabon, in Française en Tasmanie, published by Pays et Terroir in 2004, and Catherine Rey's Une femme en marche, translated as Stepping Out, which is published by Phoebus in 2007. These both act as representations of French lives in Australia for a readership in France and through translation here aux Antipodes in the Antiquities. Both authors left France by choice for a mixture of personal and professional reasons. So the Hardy refugee or asylum seeker narratives have formed the basis of many recent studies of littérature migrante, but they represent innovative depictions of 21st century migration. Whereas Leroux's texts represent a mostly friendly and not always serious encounter between two cultures through a rather typical narrative of discovery, Rey's represents far less of Australia than its paratext suggests, using the country more as a backdrop but to the author's eventual liberation from a France that she flees due to her perpetual feeling of estrangement then. Both texts overlap, however, in their critique of French elitism, in contrast to the more relaxed Australian social structure and in their ostensible insistence on Franco-Australian historical ties. So here I'll focus on the author's descriptions of France and Australia beyond national boundaries. The two writers, Leroux and Rey, find themselves in Australia for different reasons, which impacts upon their perspective and their cultural comparisons. Leroux arrived in Australia at the age of 30, and she settled in Tasmania, set up a business called Exquisite Tastes. Rey, by contrast, left France at the age of 40 after having fled a difficult family situation, an abusive husband, and a teaching career, but left her dissatisfied. Her grandparents had migrated to Australia decades earlier, and her father had been born there, but they'd all returned to France. Interestingly, just as Leroux shunned the major urban centres of Australia, Rey migrated to rural Western Australia. And she'd already become a fairly successful writer, having published several novels in France before migrating, whereas Leroux made her first foray into publishing in La Grande Nuit dans le Bellabon, which means the frog in the Bellabon, by the way. Their texts are thus very different in tone and style, with one noticeably more lyrical than the other, but they're joined by their perspective as French women of similar age migrating to Australia within a few years of each other and recording their observations. Unsurprisingly, perhaps stereotypes of both nations are evident in the two writers' works. As they record their initial expressions of their host culture, both point to differences between the landscapes, tastes, and habits of Australian people with whom they come into contact. Rey writes highly poetic, sensitive depictions of the open space of Australia, recording her awe, the vastness of the land and deserts of the outback. She contrasts this to the luxury she views in Australia, particularly on her forays to Perth, one of the most prosperous cities in the country. She described the young people of Western Australia in their large houses where they could lodge 20 Sudanese families. She talks about their swimming pools and how the youth basically go to the beach all day and check their stocks on their mobile phones. Leroux's introduction to Australia focuses noticeably on the more rudimentary aspects of this culture. She wonders at the hygiene and technology of this land, which she views as far from Europe in distance, but also ostensibly basic customs. On arriving in Tasmania, for example, she casts a critical eye on her new home. No telephone, no television, no heating. Voila, I write in my journal, everything's dirty. So her comparisons between France and Australia frequently center upon basic cultural constructs such as food and hygiene. She laments Australia's hierarchization of gastronomical taste, as opposed to France's supposedly less discriminatory tastes in food and hospitality. For example, she comments that the art of the table and l'art de recevoir, the art of receiving people, is not discriminatory in France, but basically here in Australia, you basically have two schools. You have foodies, or the gourmets, and the rest. She struggles with this idea of eating, but in Australia is barely even synonymous with the table, since most Australians seem to eat standing up in barbecues. So as is evident in these citations, humour is one of the motors of her texts. Although her comparisons may appear glib or superior, they are written in a comical tone that renders her text highly readable to a large audience. So although both texts contain depictions of Australian lifestyles, customs, and habits that at first glance do little to complicate representations of the land, also draw certain comparisons. What's most interesting about these comparisons is that they frequently criticize French cultures and mores. Leroux criticizes what she views as the primitive culture of Australia, but at the same time, she celebrates its non-elitism. She tells the tale of having seen well-known actors from the television series of Fly and Doctor, and seeing how friendly these people are towards everybody. She also notes that her mother nearly had a heart attack because she found that she was sharing a caravan cleaning room with the wife of the New South Wales Prime Minister at the time. And she basically says that, the Australians are very approachable, abordable. As is clear from these examples, anecdotes obviously plays a central recurrence role in the narrative, as Jacqueline Dutton, my colleague, has demonstrated. Ray's subtle lyrical text also points to the differences between France and Australia in a way that celebrates more elements of the culture of her host land. She's highly critical of the elitism she experienced in France and portrays Australia as a means through which to free herself from the shackles of hierarchy, both socially and in literary circles. So in this book, she criticizes the notion of highbrow literature, which Holmes notes several other French middlebrow writers do. Despite her criticism of the blasé Australians obsessed with wealth and luxury, she also points to the acceptance she finds in rural working class areas. Having been raised in a working class environment in France and having been stigmatized during her career as a writer, as a result, she views Australian working class culture as more accepting and her literature being more accepted by a wider audience here. In her article, Est-ce que vous écrivez toujours? Do you still write? Ray reflects upon the development of her writing following her migration to Australia. The male writer who asked her the question she uses as the article's title is emblematic for her of the hierarchical Parisian authors who are, she claims, always persuaded that Paris is the center of the world, and the French publishing industry is mostly masculine. Natalie Edwards has written elsewhere that Ray represents her migration to Australia as a source of self-reinvention, as she manages to transform her self-narrative, her writing, and her language through the space of rural Western Australia. Ray thus joins Leroux in a celebration of Australia as a peripheral space in which she, in fact, gains more privilege. Both writers display an admiration for this faraway space. As French people, they are presented as exotic in the literary marketplace, but they also muse on the exotic nature of Australia themselves. So in this way, their musings on exoticism become marketable products as narratives of discovery of a foreign land and its quirks. And this does recall Huggins' thought, of course. So both writers tend to celebrate their marginality within Australia at first, and then their resistance to certain parts of the country's culture, but they ultimately come to terms with Australia and celebrate a new kind of authenticity there. In many of the stereotypical remarks they make, they work within exoticist codes of representation, but both subvert these in their reactions to power, with strategies ranging from Leroux's humorous plays on the English language to Ray's lambast of the Paris-centered French literary establishment. Both end up celebrating the new hybrid selfhoods they have created then, which make them stand out as something beyond French. The very concept of Frenchness then becomes increasingly criticized, especially in Ray's work. So to recall Holmes, language here is used by a writer who is funny and self-reflexive, producing a story that playfully acknowledges the difficulty of being taken seriously as a woman author in France. Both heureux and Ray celebrate the exotic otherness of the English language, but they also use this language for subversive means. Ray names English langue créole and talks about how she can discover her own language by peppering her text with English vocabulary. She talks about her grandmother as being du style, behave yourself. And she writes a lot about French, Australian expressions, which are very typical to Australia, such as no worries, she'll be right. And she says, she, that's fatality, that's life, that's destiny. And so these English words and expressions are italicized in the text to stand out from the principal language of Ray's prose. The usage of English may be rooted in a desire to convey her experience in Australia more concisely or accurately. This is partially autobiographical, after all, but it also has the effect of exoticizing the text, emphasizing the foreignness of its perspective. Ray does the same as this. She uses her linguistic prowess, for example, to deflect criticisms of the French nation. French suck is the first line of her chapter, telling of her tribulation française during a period directly after the French government agents ordered the sinking of a Greenpeace Rainbow Warrior ship off the coast of New Zealand in 1985. But she plays with this offensive graffiti to eventually have a great comeback in English, which I won't actually tell. It's very, very rude. But ultimately, Leroux's and Ray's texts play with the concept of Frenchness and locate themselves in an interstice between celebrating Australian culture and deriding French. Their writing poses questions about publication practices, dissemination, and readership too. The literary texts they develop couldn't be described as elite, to recall Bourdieu's terminology, since then these aren't texts that are consecrated by highly regarded literary awards. Ray has come close, and they're not necessarily studied at institutes of higher education, although we've tried to have them such. But they're far more serious than the sort of backpacker and adventure literature that we've often seen also coming out of French travel writing in Australia. So these do seem to conform both to both Driscoll's and Holmes's notions of middlebrow literature, but they also are migrants from the middlebrow texts. I know I'm running out of time, so I'll just say quickly, we call these texts feminine. It's hard to say, but one is about a sole female traveller and fits into a growing trend of sole female wanderers in Australia. One's perhaps more of a comedy of manners, but one doesn't notice how she mocks Australia's alleged pseudo-feminism, point out that although women got the vote in Australia half a century before they did in France, the country is extremely macho and men don't even shake women's hands. Neither work fits into the romance middlebrow trend that Holmes remarks, instead departing from the earliest female text, L'Inversion des Saisons, by Michel de Proust in the 1980s, to in fact eschew interest in the Australian macho ideal and instead focus on the idea of wide open spaces for female consumption. So just a final word on the title of my paper to clean up any confusion. It's probable that the scale of female French Australian literature is simply too small to talk of any large-scale feminist movements among groups here. Instead, I've focused on some of the characteristics of their expression as women as they are in movement between continents. But as a proliferation of French female travel texts about Australia, which recently produced a story about a woman who travels the length and breadth of Australia alone and on her motorbike, shows French women in Australia are often bold, on the move, and their tales do get quite popular. Thank you.
Very much indeed, Maria, for this thought-provoking paper on Allende's global feminism and the interrelations between literature and activism. So I'm sure we will discuss this later on. But before that, we want to hear our third panelist, Daria Valenza.
Hi.
Hello. Daria is a research fellow at Università LUMSA, Rome. She graduated in political science from the University of Naples. She obtained her PhD in Rome, and she's been developing a research project on integration and immigration, the ethnic press in the city of Rome and London. She's worked as a researcher for a number of research institutes in Rome, analyzing migration patterns. And today she's going to talk about reading the novel Americana by Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, an intersectional analysis. So you have 20 minutes. So
okay, thank you.
Share your screen, you may do so now.
Okay, just to put the screen. Okay, thank you for this presentation, and I'm very delighted to continue the discourse about intersectionality after my colleague that explained everything about global feminism. In fact, my paper would be an analysis of intersectional analysis of this novel, and the aim of this work is obviously to understand to focus on two main questions that I want to stress on. The first one is, what could intersectional fiction be? And obviously, to what extent is Americana a work of intersectional fiction? And to answer these two questions, we can briefly explore the theory of intersectionality and why is it important to our discourses and our analysis about the work of Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. The theory of intersectionality has made scholars reflect about the exclusions of subjects marginalized by feminist theory and the impacts of this exclusion, and that this exclusion is caused in practice. So it's considered a new wave of feminism, and amongst the main pioneer women, we have Bell Hooks, Kimberly Crenshaw, Angela Davis, and Audre Lorde. Obviously, they are mainly related to a wave of feminism that is considered Black feminism. And pre-existing feminist theories approach the socially constructed nature of gender within the dualistic framework. And this framework confined its focus to the social and biological differences, men, males, and women, females. But intersectionality wants to address a new subjectivity, mainly related to Black women's complex subjectivity, and the different levels of the discrimination that they face on account of race as well as gender. But perhaps we can also assess that it's not only related to Black women, because also, as Angela Davis remarks, she recognized herself as a Black revolutionary and not proper as a Black feminist. And we can, in fact, say that Black feminism may be considered more radical than its white counterpart, because, for example, Angela Davis remarks that a feminism that want to privilege the one who is already privileged is bound to be irrelevant to poor women, Black poor women, gay Black women, and all people and women in general, the other, which is not confined in a precise category in a feminism, in the feminism we already recognize. But why is literature relevant to intersectional discourse? Why is it important to focus on this kind of analysis? Because literature has the power to disrupt stereotypes and also to bring previously ignored subjects to the center. So intersectional feminist theory draws on literature because literature can also engage a broad readership and shape new social and cultural representation, whereas the academic theory cannot achieve this broad readership. And obviously, to create an intersection between literature and intersectional theory, it's important to address the main thought by bell hooks, who wrote her pioneering work about choosing the margin as a space of radical openness. And we can say that marginalization is a condition that can be very significant, relevant for a woman, because the more marginalized a woman is, the more she needs to express herself. So writing, literature becomes a tool to give voice to herself and to fight against a situation of marginalization. In the words of bell hooks, we can say that the discourse on marginality and on differences has moved beyond a discussion of us and them. Obviously, they do not speak of how this movement has taken place. This movement considered the movement connected to marginality and as a space of resistance. In fact, this is a response from the radical space of my marginality. It's a space of resistance. It's a space I choose. I'm waiting for them to stop talking about the other, to stop even describing how important it is to be able to speak about difference. This we is that us in the margin, that we who inhabit marginal space that is not a site of domination, but a place of resistance. So in the hands of intersectionalists, poetry and writing become tools to subvert the dominant narrative around the feminine question. Why Americana is a piece of post-colonial novel and is a piece of intersectional novel, because we can say that in Americana we have an intersection of different factors. The main issues are related to gender, ethnicity, migration, and most of all the identitarian challenges encountered by Africans in the United States. Even though we can say that it's a global issue, because when we read the book, the story is set in Nigeria in the USA. The protagonist is a girl, Ifemelu, who decided to leave Nigeria for the USA to find better opportunities for a better life, but she struggles to integrate in the host context because of her ethnicity. Similarly, Obinze, her Nigerian boyfriend, goes to the UK and struggles to integrate in the new context. This is the fiction, the plot, which is popular in a certain sense, and it's easy to read this book. And if we consider that intersectionality tries to push the boundary of academic knowledge, and in doing so reframes concepts and conventional ideas, the intersectional focus of Adishi's novel is visible in its interweaving of themes of gender, ethnicity, and migration. But considering all those aspects, can we say that this novel is popular but not middlebrow, or maybe we can ask if we consider it a genre piece, because we can find different aspects related to an highbrow level and a middlebrow level. In fact, Adishi's aim is a political aim. In fact, she tries to address the meaning of Blackness in Americana, and we find also the place of language, because there is a connection between English and the Igbo language that I will address after this slide. And so if we consider writing as a political act, her intention is very political, and she wants to give a reader a vision of Nigerian people different from the problematic vision found in popular media. it's not a genre piece, but it's written to have mass appeal. And while the novel contains a certain amount of linguistic experimentation and provocative political content, the novelist strives for accessibility throughout the book. And obviously, one of the first things that express the importance of language this is a bell hook quotation because she mentions always the language as a place of struggle, and it's very it's relevant to our analysis because linguists in book we have identity start to gain importance throughout the linguistic output of characters. And I just want to show you this quotation about the meaning of the word Americana. Americana is the name of the book, but Americana is a Nigerian slang for returned Nigerian immigrants. It's interesting the way Reynudo, who is the main, the best friend of Ifemelu best friends, she talked to Ifemelu when Ifemelu goes back to Nigeria, and she talked to Ifemelu with a feeling of disappointment. You are looking at things with American eyes, but the problem is that you are not even a real Americana. This is at least if you had an American accent, we would tolerate your complaining. And this expression explains all the feeling of disappointment toward the returned migrants as a big gap there could be in the representation of African people, so with American eyes. And obviously, the narrative focuses on communication amongst characters and emphasizes the linguistic distance between the Igbo language and English. And Igbo, in fact, is through the plot, we have a lot of linguistic patterns with Igbo words, and they are anecdotes, vernacular speech, because Igbo identifies the characters, their story, their culture, and it's used by Adichie to highlight ethnic identity in comparison with the English identity. And so the gap is visible, and is visible the struggle of integration of the two characters. And during the course of the novel, the readers are drawn to the many Igbo words, and they get involved in the character's speech flow and Igbo sounds and become familiar with the meaning of the words. This is a particular analysis of this particular condition of this book. Finally, the readership. And the reader is able to decode indigenous language and make sense of the world behind it through the characters, obviously character connection with Igbo. And whereas the meaning of blackness in Americana related to a black hair is a main topic, we have spoke about gender, ethnicity, and I think it's important to analyze this idea of black hair and the way in which Adichie constructs a plurality of black women and also men with different roles and beliefs and desires, because Ifemelu, the protagonist, is a woman who does not wish to depend on men. Is portrayed alongside Cosi, who is a more traditional woman who wants to get married. Adichie's aim is to disrupt stereotypes which affect Black community. and communities, and especially Black women, and give a fair representation of what it means to be Black in contemporary society. In fact, if we, for example, see this part of how Ifemelu felt about her hair, I think that all the book is full of a recognition of identity about her hair, and about the idea of identity in connection to Black hair. We can say that to conclude my presentation, and mainly to create a stress on something that is mainly related to migration and identity. What comes to mind are these questions. Is it possible to reshape identity and the idea of African identity throughout a book, throughout literature? Can a remade African identity be internalized by the reader, but also other kind of identity that needs to be reconstructed against the mainstream narrative, conventional idea, identity? What is the place of language in reappropriating own identity? In fact, when we say that Hadishi's story ends with Ifemelu's return to Nigeria, a return that signifies a rejection of the white Western narrative in favor of a developing African diaspora consciousness, Adichie tells us that to return home is not always the consequence of a failed migration, but a need to go back to one's roots. However, Ifemelu's first impression of Nigeria reduces a sense of loss and wonder when she goes back to Lagos. She is completely disoriented. She doesn't recognize Lagos, and the book also includes the blog post written by Ifemelu, and this is why this book is also rich of political intent. In fact, Ifemelu called this blog Race Tint, or various observations about American Blacks, those formerly known as Negroes by a non-American Black, and about racism, about how language creates identity is relevant to analyze this part of her blog post, because she writes, here's the thing: the manifestation of racism has changed, but the language has not. So if you haven't lynched somebody, you can be called a racist. And this is obviously connected to American reality, but this book has been translated in many languages and has had an impact all over the world. Obviously, we can say that after contemporary society, this book is tries to pose us to think, because after the tragic death of George Floyd, we can also, as academic communities, we have to think about the meaning of social relations and democratic inclusion of the other in a contemporary, deeply interconnected world. In the academic community, it's urgent to address issues like racism, ethnicity, hierarchies of belonging in a more intersectional perspective in order to find new social form of resilience. In fact, I would like to reformulate my first question into a different one. To what extent might literature, mainly popular literature, be considered as a tool to develop a global sensitiveness around global issues that are urgent to be addressed? And most of all, to what extent is popular literature really important to form a virtuous circle of social relations against every form of oppression and to reach a broad audience, whereas the politics fails? Thank you for the attention. This is my last slide.
Thank you very much, Daria, for this talk, which echoes in a remarkable manner the question raised by the call for papers and the the various aspects of the topic that we addressed yesterday and earlier on today.
So I would say we can start our next panel on speculative fiction and its connections with feminist popular novels. There's been a slight change in the program, as some of you still maybe don't know. So instead of 3 speakers, we have only 2. We have Marilise Paoli and Francesca Calamita today. And the first speaker is Marilise, Associate Professor of English Literature at charming Bordeaux Montaigne University, and the Director of a Research Center on Women's Creativity. She received the 1998 prize of the Margaret Atwood Society, and she's the author of numerous articles and book chapters on musicalized fiction, opera, intertextuality and intermediality, gender, and the rewriting of myth in contemporary British and Canadian literature. And she edited many volumes. I'll just mention The Cause of Women in 18th Century Europe in 2 volumes, and Femininity, Liminality, and Animality in 2019. Her paper today is Operatic Feminism in the Handmaid's Tale and its Intermedial Avatars, a Refuge from the Patriarchal Hellscape of Gilead, ? I'll just remind quickly that you can ask your questions through the chat or by using the function to raise hand. And if you want to remain anonymous or not want to be recorded, just turn off your camera or address only the question to me in the chat. Marilise, thank you so much. You have the floor. You have 20 minutes and we're looking forward to hearing you.
Thank you very much, Serena. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Adalgisa and Sandra, for organizing this wonderful conference. I'm very happy to be with you, even via Zoom. So what inspired me to contribute a paper to this conference was the phrase, the popular novel beyond escapism. That rang a bell as I was researching the theme of escape in The Handmaid's Tale, The Handmaid's Tale's TV adaptation. In the series, as you may know, Canada looms large as the land of freedom for those entrapped in the theocratic dictatorship of Gilead. From one season to the next, the plot focuses again and again on Offred's attempted escape, only to cliffhang with a delayed resolution of the main protagonist's trials and tribulations, which echoes the initially aborted crossing of the border into Canada, on which the suspense of Atwood's novel relies. To address the feminist content of the novel as the work of a woman writer committed to a cause would amount to contend that The Handmaid's Tale is a non-escapist piece of speculative fiction. Given that Atwood's feminism is a controversial matter in itself, this cannot go unquestioned. Hence the 3 terms in my presentation's title: aporetic, intermedial, and refuge. So let's look at them before proceeding any further. Aporetic. Now, in philosophy, an aporia is a state of puzzlement, or in rhetoric, a declaration of doubt. The etymology of the Greek word being lacking passage or without passage. Or to quote Jacques Derrida, aporia is a point of undecidability which locates the site at which the text most obviously undermines its own rhetorical structure, dismantles or deconstructs itself. Intermedial, therefore, is an apt term to describe the very nature of a literary piece that keeps being adapted. The paradoxes of Atwood's dystopia and its aphoretic feminism seem to be lending themselves to endless adaptations beyond that of the heureux series. Other artists, a graphic novelist, an opera composer, and a choreographer offered their own version of the novel, as if the latter, like the eponymous handmaid, was used as a matrix, inviting the public to escape and venture beyond the book's confines. Now, as for the refuge, my assumption is that Canada, as the refuge from patriarchal oppression, sorry, I problem with my slides here. So Canada as the refuge from patriarchal oppression in the Atwoodian imaginary, as it is made apparent in the TV series at least, is symbolically endowed with a metatextual value and contributes to a mise en abîme of what reading is all about, a highly pleasurable type of reading for that matter. If the suspension of disbelief is a prerequisite to enjoy the novel as dystopia, Atwood's text baffles our expectations regarding the fictionality of her fiction. I will argue that ascribing a metafictional meaning to the refuge motive throws light on the pleasure of the text, in Barthes' sense of the writerly bliss of jouissance that Atwood makes us experience, whether we like it or not. So I will start with a quote from the novel. This is Gilead, "No one gets out." This is Moira stating this in a way that, of course, will be echoed in the rest of the novel and repeatedly emphasized in the TV adaptation. Then I move on to the escape motive and the impossible passage, that is to say the aporia, to conclude on reading, which has to do with the freedom to come and go. So this is Gilead, "No one gets out." So this was made obvious in the TV adaptation that echoed and inspired women's protests, just as it is almost impossible to leave Gilead. Atwood makes it clear that you can't escape reality that easily. Indeed, the lexical field of escape in the novel and the scenes of attempted escape in the TV adaptation emphasize this rather gloomy prospect of not being able to leave Gilead and therefore not being able to escape reality even through reading. So you're all familiar with those various scenes taken from reality, but inspired by Atwood's fiction. Now, just a few words about the lexical field of escape in the novel and how it relates to Canada as indeed the sought after refuge. Now, interestingly, in Atwood's novel, the mention of Canada occurs only once in the main narrative, once in her introduction to the novel, and twice in the epilogue. By contrast, there are 10 occurrences of the word border or references to crossing the border. Now, in the Testaments, Atwood's sequel, there are 49 mentions of Canada. And this is obviously the result of the emphasis put on Canada in the TV show. Now, Canada as a refuge is presented rather as a crossing of a border that is also symbolic. And I will explain later the slide that you can see on the screen right now. But for the time being, let's focus on Atwood's text. In the early pages of the novel, this is what Offred says about escaping. It isn't running away they're afraid of. We wouldn't get far. It's those other escapes, the one you can open in yourself, given a cutting edge. Later on, Offred, reflecting on the fact that there is no escaping that situation, what I need is perspective, the illusion of depth created by a frame, the arrangement of shapes on a flat surface. Perspective is necessary, otherwise there are only two dimensions. Otherwise you live in the moment, which is not where I want to be, but that's where I am. There's no escaping it. Now, I hope that the slide makes sense with the fourth wall of the theatre hall and the perspective created on stage. This perspective creates an illusion of reality in the form of the mention of the conference that is supposedly taking place not only on stage, but in the theatre hall, with the public being tricked into believing that the conference is actually taking place. As you can see, this was a picture I took just before the show actually started. I was in London to see the piano production at the Coliseum. Really, I believed that something was actually going on there, but this was part of the illusion of the make-believe, of the necessary perspective. So I really like this sort of ironic mirror that Atwood and after her, the other artists inspired by the novel lend us in our academic endeavors to try and comment, explore, and explain. This is, of course, in keeping with the epilogue of the novel, which, as you know, is indeed a quite hilarious scene that takes place at a conference. Now, the main narrative of Atwood's novel and the final episode of the first season of the TV show end on the very interesting statement of indeterminacy, of uncertainty regarding the sequence of events and the denouement. I quote, "And so I step up into the darkness within, or else the light." And the previous comments on the part of Offred as a narrator is as follows. Whether this is my end or my beginning, I have no way of knowing. So let's now address aporia in the form of the escape motive and the impossible passage. So those images are taken from the graphic novel inspired by the literary novel. And this leads us to a generic approach that I chose to address the assumption that Canada is a refuge from patriarchal oppression in The Handmaid's Tale, the textual matrix from which the Canada as refuge motif originates can be analyzed in terms of genre, Atwood claiming that she somehow invented a new genre that she calls us-topia. So she coined this word to describe what she calls the diacartographies of her speculative fiction. Us-topia is a world I made up by combining utopia and dystopia, the imagined perfect society and its opposite, because, in my view, each contains a latent version of the other. So this is, of course, in keeping with Atwood's anti-Manichaean attitude that goes counter to the notion of Canada as a utopian feminist haven versus dystopian patriarchal United States, also known as Gilead. So everything with Atwood, as you may know, is wittily polysemous. And this is the case here for this word, us-topia, with the us prefix that can be read as an acronym for the US, the country, or for the personal pronoun us. And this is confirmed by the writer herself. Historically, us-topia has not been a happy story. High hopes have been dashed time and time again. The best intentions have indeed paved many roads to hell. Does that mean we should never try to rectify our mistakes, reverse our disaster-bent courses, clean up our cesspools, or ameliorate the many miseries of many lives? Surely not. Further down, but we should probably not try to make things perfect. We should not probably try to make things perfect, especially not ourselves, us, right? For that path leads to mass graves. We're stuck with us, imperfect as we are, but we should make the most of us, which is about as far as I myself am prepared to go in real life along the road of us-topia. Now, I said that Atwood's feminism was quite controversial, and I'm sure you're aware of this, that in the wake of the Me Too movement, right, she had to write an article to explain what feminism meant to her and in what way she was a feminist, but the type of feminist that is open to a discussion, that is not parochial, that is not insensitive to the fate of men, quite the opposite. Now, comparing and contrasting the narrative and intermedial devices that fabricate a Canada that typifies Michel Foucault's heterotopia as a place of otherness, set against the backdrop of hegemonic Gilead, can also throw light on the metafictional value of that refuge motive. So let's now move on to how the TV show can help us reread the novel in a new light, inviting us to a retrospective understanding of the novel that reveals that reading has to do with the freedom to come and go. Now, I'm sure everybody remembers a famous quote from the novel, Aunt Lydia saying, "There is more than one kind of freedom, freedom to and freedom from." Now, indeed, there are various kinds of freedom. And and the way reading is alluded to in the novel somehow encapsulates a new hope and a form of freedom to and from the narrative that is perhaps what is badly needed both in Gilead and in real life, so to speak. Now, an interesting episode in the series is the one of the smuggled letters. Those are in keeping with another form of transgression, given that, as you know, women in Gilead are forbidden to read and write. So there are some transgressions, such as those carved letters in some sort of fake Latin that Offred discovers in her room. And there's also the smuggling of those letters that, interestingly, were actual letters written by the creative team of the production. So those are supposed to be letters written by handmaids to draw attention to their fate. Now, similarly, the narrative structure of the novel draws attention to the very fact of storytelling. This is in keeping with a way of viewing reading that I found both in the writings of Michel de Certeau and in a scholarly article analyzing his views on reading. I just read a translation of what to me is the key statement. To read is to be elsewhere where they are not, in another world. It is to constitute a secret scene, a place where one enters and leaves at will. It is to create corners of shadow and night. So I will end on this quote, hoping that we can discuss this later on. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Marie-Lise, for this thought-provoking and multi-angled, I would say, analysis. It was really, really interesting, and I'm sure we'll have a lot to discuss later. I'll just move to our next speaker, Professor Francesca Calamita, Associate Professor at the University of Virginia, affiliated to the Department of Women, Gender and Sexuality, and I would say a top expert in women's writing with a particular focus on food and food disorders. She's the author of a monograph and of several co-edited volumes dedicated to thematizations of eating disorders in women's literature. And also she has worked extensively in the area of gender equality in second language acquisition. Her contribution today is entitled Feminist Issues from Page to Screen. So we're staying on Atwood's text, Debating Global Women's Rights in The Handmaid's Tale and Luna Nera. And I'm looking forward to your paper and to the following discussion. Francesca, thank you. 20 minutes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Serena, for this lovely and generous introduction, and to Sandra and Adalgisa for this great conference, as well as to Marie-Lise for a great paper that gave me a lot of food for thought to stay in the topic of food again. So I'll start my analysis with a quote. I used to think of my body as an instrument of pleasure, or a means of transportation, or an implement for the accomplishment of my will. Now the flesh arranges itself differently. I'm a cloud congealed around a central object, the shape of a pear, which is hard and more real than I am, and glows red within its wrapping. In chapter 13 of Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale, Offred, the protagonist, stripped of her original first name and renamed after her master Fred, reflects on her body and frames it differently from the time before. Her body has been reduced to a womb by the patriarchy, and her entire self has been converted into Gilead's most valuable resource, a human commodity responsible for maintaining the birth rate of the country. Her challenges immediately remind readers of today's debate on women's reproductive rights on both sides of the Atlantic, in particular of the latest development in the US on the possible overturn of Roe versus Wade. As a consequence, women in the United States of America, arguably one of the most influential Western countries, have been stripped of the right to make use of their bodies in the same way as the protagonist of The Handmaid's Tale does. Atwood's best-selling novel, as you know, is set in the Republic of Gilead, a totalitarian society where, following a second American Civil War, birth rates have dropped. In Gilead, a married woman are called handmaids and are submitted to childbearing servitude. The handmaids are assigned to the homes of the elites, where they must submit to ritualized rape by their male master every month. What is called in the TV series, but also in the book, the ceremony, to conceive and bear children for those men referred as the commanders and their wife. The Handmaid's Tale belong to the dystopial novel genre, which provide a fresh perspective on problematic social and political practices that may otherwise be taken for granted or considered natural and inevitable. Despite the novel's speculative nature, Atwood suggests that she drew upon ideas and historical facts from different cultures. With regards to the TV series adaptation of the novel, Anna de Boll reminds us that from the first episode of The Handmaid's Tale, the first episode was aired in 2017, viewers at once experience fear of the fictional Republic of Gilead and recognize some of the elements as elements of present-day society. Think about a well-known American location, and I'm referring to Boston in particular. It's precisely this tension between Gilead's unfamiliarity and the historicity of some of the events that take place there that attracts the audience attention. The Handmaid's Tale, the novel, as well as its adaptation on screen, remind us of our everyday life, particularly the global backlash of patriarchy against women's rights. For example, the approval of the Oklahoma abortion law, which bans abortion at conception, affect not only one state, Oklahoma indeed, but may be extended to other parts of the United States, thus suggesting that despite Atwood's graphic warning, we have not changed our ways. Like Atwood, Tiziana Triana Luna Nera, in Italian Black Moon, is a fictional narrative that incorporates elements from reality. It belongs to the genre of fantasy And similar to The Handmaid's Tale, Luna Nera has been adapted to a Netflix original TV series, directed by Italian filmmakers Francesca Comencini, Susanna Nicchiarelli, and Paola Randi. And it reveals the neglected history of witches in 17th century Central Italy to global viewers. Luna Nera is set at the time of Roman Inquisition, when very often women who did not conform to the models of femininity promoted by the church and society at that time would be persecuted for witchcraft. The novel and its TV series adaptation focus on Le Città Perdute, the Lost City, which refers to a group of women living together in a secret location connected by a strong sense of sisterhood and rebellion against the patriarchal rules. Le città perdute are persecuted by the Benandanti, member of a powerful local family. And the Benandanti describe women in these terms in accordance with the patriarchal tradition of the time. Le donne sono di intelligenza debole, pettegole, colleriche, volubili, insaziabili quanto a desideri. Il corpo delle donne è la tana della prostituzione diabolica. So women are of weak intelligence, gossiping, choleric, fickle, voracious in terms of desire. Women's body are the den of diabolic prostitution. However, Triana's Luna Nera, like Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale, presents a storyline that encourages readers to question the traditional model of femininity expected by the ruling elites in northern Lazio. Set in different historical times, yet settings that are in many ways similar, both novels describe societies in which women are perceived as individuals to be controlled. Furthermore, their bodies, which this society wishes to discipline, take center stage. Nevertheless, at the same time, the authors describe a number of circumstances where sisterhood helps the protagonist and other female characters to survive, and I would say even to thrive, despite the persecution, violence, and surveillance imposed by the patriarchy. As illustrated by The Handmaid's Tale and Luna Nera, dystopian and fantasy text, as well as the screen adaptation, can help us to reflect on gender issues and challenge discrimination, persecution, and violence against women. Taking this fictional example, my talk would like to reflect today on the following question. At a time when women's rights, particularly reproductive rights, are under threat, what can novel and TV series inspired by them tell us about contemporary gender concern? How can symbolic motherhood and sisterhood help women in these challenging scenarios to escape patriarchal control? And how, in turn, might the action of symbolic mother and sister influence the audience? So, building on feminist discourses on the practice of affidamento, entrustment, I would like to discuss a series of socio-cultural issues relevant to contemporary women, with particular attention to reproductive rights, represented in the novel and in their TV series adaptation in the context of the current political debates on both sides of the Atlantic and beyond. Atwood dystopian work and its television adaptation remind women to educate themselves about social issues and find their political voices. For example, June's mother attempts to explain to her before the rise of Gilead, in the time before, that women's rights cannot be taken for granted. But June is quite embarrassed by her mother's feminist activism. And June's mother has to remind her, you don't know what we have to go through just to get where you are. Look at him. pointing to her son-in-law slicing up the carrots. Don't you know how many women's lives, how many women's body the tanks had to roll over just to get that far? By the same token, in Triana's Luna Nera, the protagonist, Ade, is very skeptical about the community of women who take her to their headquarters where the benandanti cannot go, and whose motto is nessun re, nessun padre, nessun Dio, per la mia vita decido io, no king, no father, no God, for my life I decide by myself. Like John's mother, however, they warn Ade about her destiny. He shall not abide by certain practices and encourage her to believe in them. And they say, durante il cammino imparerai gran parte dei nostri segreti. Quindi non chiederti se sei una strega, chiediti semplicemente chi sei. On the path, you will learn many of our secrets. So don't ask yourself if you are a witch, just ask yourself who you are. In line with the Italian feminist practice of affidamento, entrustment, women from older generation, whether natural mother or adoptive older sister, warn their protégé of the consequences of taking their rights for granted in a patriarchal system. However, the suggestions are very often overlooked, as in the case of June and Ade. In her book on the mother-daughter relationship in Western European women's writing, Adalgisa Giorgio reminds us that affidamento became a key practice of Italian feminism in the 1980s, after it was promoted by Libreria delle Donne di Milano, and had visible effects on the politics of the time. This practice occurs when a woman entrusts herself to another woman who is more competent than herself in a particular field, in order to assert herself in that field. The affidante is a figure of mediation who helps the affidata to affirm herself in society. Furthermore, Giorgio suggests that according to the feminist philosophical community of the Ottima, which was led by Luisa Muraro, maternal power was perceived as a woman's ability to enter into signifying relationship with other women. And it's precisely this understanding of symbolic motherhood and sisterhood as strong bonds situated outside the natural family context, rooted in the practice of affidamento and allowing women to affirm themselves and be empowered, that I apply to this reading, so as to contextualize the challenging experiences by the protagonist and other female characters in Luna Nera and the Handmaid's Tale. The first season of the Handmaid's Tale recounts most of the episodes of the novel from the point of view of the protagonist, who struggled to reconcile the memories of her past life with her present condition as handmaid. I'm sure you are aware that in the series there are also other women, not only handmaid. We have the Econ wives, the Martha, the Ons, but also the Jezebel, the woman. The Ons in particular are responsible for training handmaids and embody deeply patriarchal attitudes. They oppose the kind of female bonds between affidata and affidante I have just described. The internalized sexism, misogyny, and double standards the Ons apply to the handmaids do not help them to free themselves from patriarchal constraints. Instead, they serve to further submit to the patriarchal order. As Amy Boyle suggests, the Handmaid's Tale adaptation into a TV series helped to increase the public visibility of offered personal acts of feminist resistance. Unlike in the novel, where her acts of rebellion remain confined to her interaction with her master Fred and his driver Nick, in the TV series, they inspire other women to follow in her footsteps or to get organized to protest against their unjust destiny. Similarly, in the adaptation of Luna Nera, to which Triana contributed as a scriptwriter of the first 2 episodes, Thebe, Yanara, Persepolis, Leptis, Antalya, act as a group of sisters and rely on each other to overcome the persecution by the Benandanti. They save the midwife Ade from being captured and burned for using witchcraft after the wife of Sante, the head of the Benandanti, gives birth to a dead son. But the fictive Gilead and the 17th century Central Italy society relied strongly on women compliance with patriarchy and their subsequent internalized misogyny to coerce others, be they handmaids or witches. However, a potential collective power can drastically turn the tides and change the predictable events into act of rebellion against the patriarchy. Both in the US and Europe, including Italy, feminist groups have dressed up as handmaids on numerous occasions to protest against law seeking to restrict reproductive rights. Several Western countries have tried, in fact, to adopt restrictive law on abortion rights recently. Think about Poland, for example, but also several US states, Texas, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Oklahoma, which I have already mentioned. But also in Italy, several proposals against abortion were drafted in 2018 and 2019, and Verona in the north was named Città della Vita, City of Life, by its conservative administration. On many of these occasions, members of feminist collective, particularly Non Una di Meno, not one less, have rallied outside the building where such discussion took place, and in several towns they were dressed indeed as maid. The Handmaid's Tale has been read by feminist collective in Italy and globally, by feminist scholars and non-academic audiences around the world as a deeply feminist story. A story that reflects our time and acts as a sort of wake-up call to resist the backlash of patriarchy. It's not by chance that one of the advertisements for the third series opened with the slogan, "Wake up, America," and show the Washington Monument in DC transformed into a cross, reminding audiences that they should not give up their rights and must fight back, especially at a time when the Trump administration attempted to overturn Roe versus Wade and other constitutional rights for women and minorities. As Simone de Beauvoir suggests, every time, it's a very famous quote, there will be a political crisis, the first rights to be put into question will be women's rights. Italy and the US have clearly witnessed the following: the rise of former US President Trump and former Deputy Prime Minister of Italy, Matteo Salvini, and their fair right ideologies, the domination of Brett Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett to the US Supreme Court, and of the member of the Lega, Lorenzo Fontana, as Minister of Family, to name just a few examples. So, as an academic, I may say that it might be very challenging to teach these topics in class, but the Handmaid's Tale include the representation of gender issue, a fascist-oriented ruling elites, and a border wall. We cannot ignore it in this historical time on both sides of the Atlantic. Similarly, Luna Nera includes the representation of patriarchal control, which remind us of present-day Italy attempts to keep female citizens away from real power. And while some progresses have been made, the fact that both Italy and the US, in Italy and the US, a female president or a prime minister is yet to come, illustrates well that political power and authority still remained the monopoly of men. The new Italian government, for example, formed in 2021, only includes 8 female ministers, and none of them has a formal background in gender and feminist studies, not even the Minister of Equal Opportunity. As academics, we have the responsibility to speak out, reach out colleagues and students, and actively fight for value at the core of women's self-determination in our courses and research. Feminist pedagogy, indeed, addresses the power imbalance present in many westernized educational institutions and works toward the centering that power, working with students, particularly women, on the Handmaid's Tale and Luna Nera, transform them from object to subject of inquiry and contribute to see problematic tradition from a different point of view. So feminist scholars must remain vigilant, particularly in this era where the backlash of patriarchy is a real issue, not only in faraway countries, but also in Western democracies, such as the US and Italy. In order to break the glass ceiling, we must rely on symbolic motherhood and sisterhood and use Luisa Muraro maternal power and the practice of affidamento to overcome such challenges. As Muraro highlights, the benefits of entrustment are empowering. Dall'essere in relazione con lei ti viene di più di esistenza. And to conclude, in this talk, I briefly show that the novels The Handmaid's Tale and Luna Nera and their TV series adaptation are relevant to contemporary feminist activism. They all discuss family, kingship, and maternity, reproduction, and transform such discourses from a tool of the patriarchy to a language of resistance through symbolic motherhood and sisterhood. Both these texts and their television adaptation advocate a new world order, one that upends and rejects a patriarchal politics that still prevail. This is in effect what makes the Handmaid's Tale increasingly discomforting for audiences. June and her sister are the heroes of the show, yet there are some challenging moments that prompt audience to rethink the world order as they know, and a morality that hinge on it. Read through the lenses of the Italian theory of sexual differences, as well as its connection to pop feminism. Both the novels and TV series might serve as powerful instruments to advocate for women's rights in and outside the academic context. In this light, on a large scale, the audience becomes the affidata of Atwood and Triana, the director of the TV series, as well as the scholars who teach this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francesca. Thank you so much. Also for keeping your paper within the time limits. I think a lot of things that were already said yesterday got enormously enriched today, especially when I'm thinking of Adalgisa's question yesterday about the relationship between pleasure and psychic trauma and how these two things can actually bring us to a lot of interesting discussions. I leave the floor to questions. You can use the chat or you can just raise your hand. And so, who wants to start? Sandra, yes.
Thank you so much. That was brilliant. I've filled my notebook with notes, and I actually have short questions for both Marie-Lise and for Francesca, if I may. So for Marie-Lise, I was wondering if you can tell us a bit more about this idea of the ironic mirror. So I really liked that, so, the expression and what it means, and kind of how, how does the book act as an ironic mirror, in that process of reading. So just wondering if you can tell us a bit more about that. And for Francesca, you know the slide when you showed us the picture with the women in Luna Nera and you had the names. Are those names that the women chose, that sort of the characters chose for themselves when they sort of joined the group or the sisterhood? Are they names that they have from the beginning of the novel? And obviously there's so much meaning behind those names. So just wondering if you could tell us a bit more about that. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Sandra, for your question. Yes, this idea comes from an analysis of the structure of the novel that is repeated in the sequel, in the Testaments, and that somehow materialized in the opera production. So what the reader first takes as the sole and only narrative, that is to say, the main protagonist, Offred the handmaid, narrating her tribulations. This narrative happens to be, in fact, an embedded narrative, but with an asymmetrical frame, because it's not framed at the beginning, but only at the end, with the proceedings of the symposium on Gilead, in which Professor Peixoto, in a very scholarly manner, wants to tell us everything about who Offred was and what happened to her, eventually acknowledging that he knows nothing and that his colleagues haven't got a clue as to what actually happened to her. So this is repeated in the Testament. So there's an indication here that this is something that mattered to Atwood. So this change of perspective, right? Just as the staging of the opera, right, used the spatial, right, quality of the stage to make this perspective apparent and to trick the audience into believing that what was actually taking place on stage before the show actually began was something that was available for the audience to enjoy. Namely, you had those red figures of handmaids with people looking around that you could mistake for people from the audience. But in fact, they were part of the cast, right? And they were creating this make-believe, which is what we as academics are accustomed to. Namely, in between two sessions, you can walk around and look at an exhibition, right? That is in keeping with the topic of the conference. So I really enjoyed that, because to me, this is so Atwood. I mean, this ironic stance. Well, of course, there is a feminist strain to her work, but she never takes this seriously because she doesn't take herself seriously. So this is what I meant by the irony.
And Sandra, for my question, thank you very much. Actually, in my article to be, there's a part about names and in particular about the differences we find in the Handmaid's Tale and in Luna Nera. In the Handmaid's Tale, as I said at the beginning of the paper, the handmaid take the name of their master. So June, as in the TV series, becomes Offred, no? Di Fred in Italian. And these remind us quite a lot of the practice of getting husband's surname after marriage in certain Anglophone country, which is very widespread still. It's a practice that we do not have in Italy, but I know it's very widespread in the UK, but also in the US, in New Zealand, in Australia. If we can see this as disempowering, on the contrary, the name.
Ti sei bloccata, Francesca. We can't hear you. maybe is it better that she logs out and logs in again?
Probably. I suspect that maybe her battery's down or her internet's down. I think the computer stopped.
Because the image blocked.
Yeah. So maybe, we have to take other questions while we wait for Francesca to log back in.
Okay. If you want, I can, or you can send her a message.
I sent her a text.
Okay. Daria, yes, please.
Yes, thank you, Serena. I will try to ask to Marilise a question about the idea of trust that you mentioned in your presentation, the trust of readership, because it comes to mind about speculative fiction that Margaret Atwood is considered more an institution for her readership. And it comes to mind speculative fiction by Doris Lessig, Canopus in Argus, that her readership, affectionate readership, complains about this disparity between fiction and facts. And I was wondering, about what do you think about speculative fiction? In your opinion, it's an attempt of the writer to provoke affectionate readership and to push the boundary of trust. I was wondering if you can explain a bit this concept. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for this question. Well, my opinion on speculative fiction is of little interest here. What I like to try and analyze is the way Atwood conceives of it and her need for a redefinition, using even a new name, right, for her dystopia that she calls ustopia. Well, this is perhaps not quite convincing or academically satisfactory, but it's interesting that she doesn't want to comply with the rules of an existing genre, right? And the fact that her writings are either banned, censored, in some school curricula, or are worshipped by the masses, or appropriated by TV producers, I think tells a lot about the sort of polysemy, right, of her texts. And when I used the word matrix as a metaphor, it was to indicate that what I think is so specific in, well, let's say this novel in particular, but I think this could be expanded to all of Atwood's writings, is this polysemy, and the fact that it is indeed the freedom to go from one thing to another, from one meaning to another, from one attitude to another, that really matters to her. And well, from what we can witness, this is exactly what happens. And the fact that artists, musicians, choreographers, and so on and so forth, right, keep being inspired, right, by this text is in fact the sign that it's very rich and that it can be taken from various angles. So I don't think that trying to ascribe a specific generic label, right, to the work is really does bring anything to its understanding. Do you understand what I mean? Or
yes, thank you. Yes.
I'll just let Francesca finish her answer to previous question, and then I'll let Shelby Judge ask her question. Thank you.
Grazie Serena, I'm sorry my connection left and I couldn't continue the discourse. What I would say is that Triana in Luna Nera doesn't tell us explicitly, doesn't say explicitly if the name of the witches are actually selected by them. But there are a series of little details that make us think so. And so what I wanted to say is that in the Handmaid's Tale, the practice of renamed the handmaid after the master is recalling that discourse of getting the husband's name after marriage in certain Anglophone country, while on the other hand, there's this sort of empowering solution that Triana finds. I suspect, even if Triana doesn't say so, that they rename themselves because they have to hide themselves from the Benandanti. We don't really know a lot about their background as a teenager or as children, so I do suspect that they rename themselves very differently from what happened to the handmaid. Thank you.
All right, I think Shelby had raised her hand.
Yeah, hi. I just want to thank you both for your papers. They were really excellent, and I really love how they took such different directions. So I wanted to ask both of you about the way that you drew upon the ways that activists have used the iconography of The Handmaid's Tale to protest the stripping of reproductive rights, for example, and the lack of governmental intervention in like gender-based violence. I wondered how useful you think that is, or on the other hand, I know that such approaches have been criticized, sometimes for being sort of essentialist, relying on essentialist ideas of gender, or for the fact that Atwood draws on oppressions that have been specifically faced by people of color and women of color, and then applies them in a white framework as a way to construct her dystopia. And then this is something that we're sort of perpetuating in activist use. And I just wanted to know what you both thought about that.
Well, Francesca, perhaps you would start.
Yes, Shelby, thanks for this great question. At the last Women March in the US, I was particularly disappointed to see that the organizer asked women not to dress as handmaid to go to the march. It was in that moment, a few months ago, when all this debate on Roe versus Wade started in the US. I mean, in a more I could say strong way, no, in comparison with the past. And I was disappointed because I read for the last few years, thanks to the TV series as well, the novel and the TV series as a deeply feminist work. However, they were criticizing the fact that the Handmaid's Tale has become a symbol of white feminism rather than intersectional feminism. And this was, in my opinion, very problematic, also for the fact that in the TV series, there's a lot of diversity also in the cast. So while it's true that the novel is centered around a white woman, Offred or June, the TV series really reflects the diversity of American society. So for me, I couldn't understand why the Women's March organizer asked this. There was a lot of backlash on that point, so I don't know how it will develop since us taking another route quite differently from the interpretation I made. But it's also true that the Women's March organizer or the Women's March in the US is made up of very different groups. And so maybe not all groups agree on this take. I'll have to look into it and see how it develops over the next few months.
I have little to add on the question proper, but perhaps on on the figure of Offred as a literary character that has become sort of role model in real life, I think there's something interesting here, given that in the novel, Offred, which has no other name in the novel, she remains anonymous. So this really makes her more of a victim, right, than the character in the TV show, who is a much more rebellious heroine, right, to the point that there are many scenes that have been termed torture porn in that TV show, right? The first season was all right, say so, but then, right, the violence increased and all those things that the poor girl goes through, and the way she becomes more and more determined, right, to fight, and this leads her to some extreme acts of violence, right? So indeed, the very fact of women identifying with that character is problematic. So I think that what here makes it difficult to answer your question is, well, what role model are we talking about? Is this the character in the novel or the character in the TV show? Because they're not the same person, even if they're dressed in a similar color and in a similar fashion.
Thank you both for answering my question. I think that's a really interesting thing, isn't it? That they've got sometimes the same name, they're ostensibly the same character, but they're completely different characters.
Mm-hmm.
Like that.
Thank you. I don't know, Adalgisa and Sandra, you had told me that a slightly longer lunch break would have been welcome just to organize our next encounter. But if there is maybe one last question, we have still another few more minutes. Orsi.
Thank you. I really enjoyed both of your papers because I love the novel, and also these ideas you gave me, it's just sparkling. And I would have a question to Marie-Lise. If you could talk a little bit more about the graphic novel adaptation, maybe. Because in these pages, it was really so intense, for me, even more intense than the series itself. So if you could talk about how it's represented, what perspectives changed in the visual representation, for example, the colors, I don't know, the sizes of the things represented, yeah, and about that.
Thank you very much for your question. Yes, indeed, the graphic novel is very interesting. It's the result of the collaboration between Margaret Atwood and a Canadian artist. The text of the graphic novel is that of Atwood, the novel, right? So some excerpts from sentences from the novel, and the pictures are very beautiful indeed, and very symbolic, both in terms of shapes and colors. And you have this juxtaposition of various scenes and of various timelines that I think conjure up this sense of multiple perspectives that Atwood really likes and wants to share with the public. So I think I didn't really have time to comment on the last slide, but if you may, I can very briefly share my screen again, just to make my point a bit clearer. Oops, where is the, oh yeah. So, whoops, the idea of a vicious circle in which the protagonist is caught in Gilead materializes here in this red ring carpet, right? The rug on the floor, right? And the next picture in which well, only the shoes of the handmaid are left, so we don't know where she's gone, and we keep wondering, just as the readers of the novel keep wondering, and the way the artist interpreted this, and so I step up, right, with first the sort of close up on the shoes that are left, right? I step up into the darkness within, or else the light. I think this is quite remarkable. So this is the last page, right, of the book, and I think that it's very evocative and it's a brilliant work. So thank you for your question.
Thank you for answering. I think I definitely want to read this graphic novel. And yeah, the last page somehow reminded me of Cinderella, like a rereading of Cinderella, how she keeps her shoes on and then leaves.
Red Riding Hood and many others. Yes, of course, you're right. Thank you for your question.
When was it adapted into the graphic novel? Is it before the TV series?
Yes, it's very recent. It's very recent. Well, more or less at the same time as the TV show. Yes.
Okay, I'll just add one tiny thing about activism related to gender violence in Italy. In several squares in Italy, when there is the November 25th reminding of gender violence, there are art installations featuring red shoes displayed in the public space. So I think there draws an interesting parallel to what you've been showing us.
Yeah.
I think if there are no more questions, we can close this wonderful speculative fiction panel, although there is loads more to be said, I believe. And we're all looking forward to the keynote with Agnès Martin-Lugand and to your dialogue, Sandra. So I would leave you now to your lunch break. And thank you so much to all the speakers and to the questions and to whoever has intervened.
Well, thank you, Serena, for sharing this, and thank you to all participants. It was a pleasure.
Welcome, everybody, and thank you so much for being here. And just, I know that sort of most of you probably speak French and English, but just before I switch to French, can you check the little globes at the bottom of your Zoom and select the channel that you want to be in? So if you want to listen in French, select French. If you want to listen in English, select in English. And if you're comfortable with both, go with the original audio. Et c'est à ce moment-là que je vais changer en français pour pouvoir souhaiter la bienvenue à Agnès Martin-Lugand. C'est notre absolu plaisir et honneur de vous avoir ici avec nous pour donner ce deuxième keynote de notre conférence sur le roman populaire, sur le féminisme dans le nouveau roman populaire. Donc, nous vous remercions d'être ici avec nous et de partager cet après-midi avec nous, Agnès Martin-Lugand.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. C'est moi qui suis honorée d'être parmi vous et d'avoir l'occasion de vous parler de mes romans, de ma manière d'écrire, de mes personnages, de mon parcours. Donc, je suis vraiment très, très heureuse de cet après-midi en votre compagnie.
Merci beaucoup. Et je sais que ça fait 2 ans et demi qu'on essaye de nous voir. Donc, c'est vraiment absolument super de pouvoir le faire et d'avoir vraiment ce public un peu de partout dans le monde, de France, du Royaume-Uni, de l'Australie, d'un peu partout. Juste pour vous donner un peu au reste du monde la structure d'aujourd'hui, je vais commencer avec une introduction. Je vais aussi partager avec vous un Padlet. C'est la première fois que je le fais, donc c'est un peu plus très artisanal pour que vous connaissiez plus les romans d'Agnès Martin-Lugand. Et après, on va commencer une discussion plus générale. On va avoir aussi des lectures en français et en anglais. Quand on commence la lecture, ne vous inquiétez pas si vous n'entendez pas l'interprétation dans vos écouteurs. C'est parce qu'on va avoir la lecture en français, suivie par une lecture en anglais offerte par mes étudiantes, à qui je veux leur remercier pour s'être rejoints à nous aujourd'hui. Donc, j'y commence, j'ai beaucoup d'émotions, donc restez avec moi, mais j'y vais. Donc, Agnès Martin-Lugand est née au bord de la mer à Saint-Malo, dans le nord-ouest de la France, et elle commence sa carrière comme psychologue clinicienne spécialisée dans la petite enfance et les relations mère-enfant. Pendant son congé parental, elle publie son premier roman, Les gens heureux lisent et boivent du café, en format auto-édité sur la plateforme Amazon. Dans quelques jours, le roman grimpe les tops de la plateforme, vendant des milliers d'exemplaires, arrivant très vite jusqu'à la première place. Dans quelques mois, elle est repérée par la maison d'édition Michel Lafon, publiant avec eux un roman chaque année. 10 ans après, donc en 2022, aujourd'hui, donc 10 ans après ses débuts sur Amazon, Agnès Martin-Lugand a écrit 10 romans vendus dans plus de 4 millions d'exemplaires, traduits dans 35 langues autour du monde. Ces romans mettent en scène des femmes fortes et indépendantes à différentes étapes de leur vie qui doivent trouver des outils et solutions pour retrouver le bonheur, l'équilibre, la paix intérieure, l'amour ou l'amitié, en se débarrassant des regrets. Accompagnant ces héroïnes dans leur quête, les lecteurs et lectrices rient, pleurent, partagent de l'amour et de l'empathie, démontrant que c'est tout à fait vrai, que les gens heureux lisent et boivent du café. Et je vais copier dans le chat pour vous. Comme je vous dis, c'est la première fois que je fais un Padlet, mais je pensais que c'est plus facile d'avoir accès à un Padlet. Comme ça, vous y avez accès même après la conférence. Et je voudrais remercier à Honoré Dupuis-Danjac de l'équipe Michel Lafon qui nous a donné tous les matériaux qui sont disponibles sur le Padlet. Je vais le partager avec vous. C'est bien sûr, vous le voyez ici sur l'écran, c'est tout petit, mais vous pouvez bien sûr agrandir l'écran. Ici sur la gauche, vous avez la biographie d'Agnès Martin-Lugand et le lien vers son site officiel avec beaucoup de matériaux. Et si vous appuyez sur chaque case, vous allez voir une description plus en détail, en anglais et en français ici dans les commentaires, et bien sûr que vous pouvez agrandir l'écran. Donc, c'est juste pour vous, pour l'avoir, pour lire un peu sur tous les 10 romans que Agnès a écrits jusqu'à cette heure. Et je pense qu'on va commencer avec notre discussion, si on est tout prêt. Donc, je voudrais parler avec vous du choix de la voix narrative, parce que vous écrivez à la première personne, et le plus souvent, c'est du point de vue des femmes. Comment êtes-vous arrivé à ce choix narratif ?
C'est venu en fait d'une manière très naturelle lorsque j'ai commencé à écrire pour la première fois en fait. C'est-à-dire que quand je me suis lancée dans l'écriture des gens heureux lisent et boivent du café, qui est véritablement mon premier roman, hein, j'en avais pas d'autres, je m'étais jamais essayée à l'écriture de romans avant, mais instinctivement en fait, le jeu s'est imposé à moi. Tout de suite, j'ai écrit à la première personne et c'est un choix que j'ai jamais en fait remis en question en fait depuis toutes ces années aujourd'hui. Alors voilà, plus j'avance dans le temps, je commence à faire des petites sorties de route. Voilà, dans mon roman de l'année dernière, La Dacha, j'ai un chapitre qui est totalement à la troisième personne. J'ai réitéré pendant l'écriture de La Déraison. Mais voilà, c'est véritablement pour le moment c'est des choses très ponctuelles. Quand j'écris à la troisième personne, c'est parce que je me sens vraiment dans une situation où je dois m'extraire à un moment ou à un autre de la peau de mon personnage principal. Voilà, comme si j'avais besoin d'être au-dessus, et particulièrement, c'est ce qui s'est passé dans ce chapitre de La Déraison, mon 10e roman. Mais en dehors voilà, de ces exceptions, je pense qu'aujourd'hui, je suis encore incapable d'écrire un roman de bout en bout autrement qu'à la première personne, parce que je crois que dans mon processus d'écriture et dans mon processus d'identification avec mon personnage principal, pour moi ça m'est indispensable. C'est une manière quand je débute l'écriture en fait de vraiment me glisser dans sa peau. Et de commencer à rentrer en fusion en fait avec, parce que ça fait vraiment partie de ma manière d'écrire. Si je ne suis pas en fusion avec mon personnage principal, je suis incapable d'écrire. Enfin, il y a quelque chose, ou alors ça sonne, en tout cas, à mon sens, ça ne sonne pas juste. Et il faut toujours ce moment où je sens que je bascule et où en fait je vais m'oublier au profit de mon personnage principal, où véritablement j'ai plein de souvenirs d'écriture où je ne sais plus qui je suis. Même quand je fais ma pause, que je sors de mon bureau et que je vaque à mes occupations du quotidien, que je vais retrouver mes enfants, j'ai toujours j'ai toujours un temps où je vais presque avoir un mouvement de recul en me disant mais attends, t'es toi ou t'es elle à ce moment, enfin voilà, j'ai toujours ces moments de passage du monde de l'écriture au monde de ma vraie vie. Et après, le jeu féminin, parce que je rebondis sur la deuxième partie de votre question, je dirais que voilà, c'est venu pareil, d'une manière naturelle, en écrivant Les gens heureux, lisent et boivent du café. Immédiatement, ça a été, quand la première idée du roman a commencé à germer dans ma tête, voilà, si je dois vous raconter en détail, voilà, j'étais dans le séjour chez moi. Mon mari et mon fils, qui avaient 18 mois à peu près à l'époque, jouaient dans le salon. Et j'ai eu ce sentiment que le temps s'arrêtait. Ça m'a pris à la gorge et je me suis dit, mon Dieu, qu'est-ce que je deviens si je les perds? Et je me suis dit, je m'en vais. Enfin, je vais m'enterrer vivante très, très loin. Et là, je me suis dit, tiens, c'est cette histoire-là. Si j'essaye pas d'écrire avec cette histoire-là, je n'essaierai jamais. Et tout de suite, en fait, ça a été l'histoire d'une femme, immédiatement. Enfin, c'était déjà ce processus d'identification, en fait, qui se mettait en place avant même que je sache si j'étais capable d'écrire ou pas. Après, voilà, tous les romans qui ont suivi ont tous été avec des personnages principaux féminins. J'ai eu 2 sorties de route, pareil. Pour mon 5e roman, j'ai toujours cette musique dans la tête où, quand je commençais à cogiter autour de cette histoire, le personnage masculin, le personnage de Yanis, a commencé à faire de plus en plus de bruit, comme s'il était en train de me dire qu'il avait beaucoup de choses à dire et que je ne pouvais pas me passer de sa parole. Donc, je l'ai écouté et je me suis lancée dans l'exercice d'un double point de vue. Et j'ai réitéré avec La déraison, mon dernier roman, alors avec d'une manière beaucoup plus intense, parce que là, on est vraiment dans une alternance de points de vue entre un homme et une femme tout au long du roman. Et c'est une expérience que j'ai vraiment... pareil, qui est venue d'une manière naturelle et instinctive. Je crois que j'ai beaucoup besoin de ce côté instinctif dans l'écriture. Voilà, quand un personnage s'impose à moi, que ce soit un homme ou que ce soit une femme, s'il fait vraiment beaucoup de bruit, c'est qu'il a sa voix au chapitre et que je dois le laisser parler. Donc, voilà, au bout de 10 ans, j'ai déjà expérimenté plusieurs formes narratives et en même temps, j'ai l'impression que je suis qu'au début de l'exploration.
C'est super. Et en fait, vous avez déjà...
j'ai anticipé sur des choses.
Anticipé ma deuxième question, justement, sur ce changement de voix qu'on voit dans La déraison, mais aussi dans le roman. J'ai toujours cette musique dans la tête. Mais parce qu'on est au moment des changements, donc changement de voix narrative ou changement de point de vue, on voit aussi un changement au niveau des titres. Parce qu'on est passé des titres plus longs des premiers romans vers des titres plus courts, plus récents, juste un nom avec un article ou un adjectif pronominal. Donc, comment s'est passé ce changement au niveau des titres?
Alors, il n'a pas du tout été calculé. C'est vrai que pour tous mes premiers romans, c'est venu, voilà, je cherchais des phrases, j'avais besoin de phrases qui pouvaient raconter à elles-mêmes une histoire, en fait, et interpeller le lecteur. Et puis, je trouvais des phrases, en fait, qui correspondaient à ce qui se passait dans le roman. Alors, pour les gens heureux, lisent et boivent du café, voilà, entre mes mains, le bonheur se faufile. Pour La vie est facile, ne t'inquiète pas, qui est la suite des gens heureux, les boivent du café, ça a été beaucoup plus compliqué en fait parce que il fallait faire suite justement aux gens heureux, les boivent du café et c'était pas n'importe quoi. Voilà, ce titre, j'ai cru ne jamais le trouver. Hein. Je disais, on va sortir un roman sans titre, on va juste mettre les gens la suite. Enfin, vraiment, il y avait rien parce que il fallait être à la hauteur de ce fameux premier titre. Et puis en fait, j'ai été puisée dans une des musiques que j'avais écoutées pendant le roman pendant l'écriture du roman, et je trouvais finalement que voilà, cette phrase, la vie est facile, ne t'inquiète pas, tout le monde sait que c'est le contraire. Mais j'aimais bien ce côté en fait provocateur dans le titre et qui correspondait bien à l'état d'esprit de Diane à la fin, à la toute fin en fait, puisque voilà, elle était véritablement guérie et elle allait vers la lumière. Enfin, elle était arrivée même à la lumière. Voilà, ensuite j'ai continué et puis on arrive à mon 7e roman, Une évidence, qui a bousculé beaucoup de choses pour moi dans l'écriture, parce que ça a été la première fois que j'ai commencé à écrire un roman sans connaître la fin. Jusque-là, en fait, alors, mes 3 premiers romans, j'avais un plan extrêmement détaillé, je connaissais tout, chaque scène, enfin, il n'y avait pas de place au hasard, j'essayais de verrouiller mes personnages, c'était pas toujours facile, je m'en rendais bien compte, mais je tenais encore à peu près le coup. Et puis, il y a eu les 3 du milieu, où là, je connaissais le début, le milieu, la fin, mais pas les chemins qu'allaient prendre les personnages, et je commençais de plus en plus, justement, à me laisser surprendre par les personnages. Et puis, j'arrive à ce 7e roman, où je connaissais, voilà, j'avais le début, j'avais les personnages, j'avais une trame, mais aucune idée de la fin. Je ne savais pas du tout comment le roman pouvait se terminer. J'avais beau chercher, je ne trouvais pas. Mais il y a eu un moment, j'ai ressenti quand même une urgence à me mettre à écrire. Enfin voilà, l'écriture et mes personnages m'appelaient, donc il fallait vraiment que j'y aille. Donc ça a été quand même quelque chose d'extrêmement vertigineux, en fait, de me lancer dans cette écriture. Et puis, il a vraiment fallu attendre très, très longtemps pour que cette fin se dessine. Je l'ai découverte quasiment en même temps que le personnage principal. Et en même temps, quand je l'ai découverte, cette fin, ça a été une évidence. Je l'avais sous les yeux depuis le début et je ne voulais pas la voir, exactement comme mon personnage principal. Et ce mot évidence, en fait, il est revenu et je me suis dit, mais c'est ça ne peut pas être autre chose. Donc, quand je suis arrivée devant mon éditeur avec ce titre, où on passait des gens heureux, les boivent du café, 6 ans plus tard, une évidence, c'était qu'est-ce qu'elle fait là? Et en fait, ça faisait sens. Donc, moi, si vous voulez, mes titres, il faut toujours qu'ils fassent sens. Donc, depuis, ça a toujours été des titres courts. Je ne m'interdis pas de refaire des titres phrases. C'est-à-dire que si pour un de mes prochains romans, j'ai une phrase ou un groupe nominal un peu plus étoffé, en tout cas, qui apparaît et qui fait sens par rapport au roman, et où je me dis, c'est le titre et ça ne peut pas être autre chose, eh bien, je rechangerai à nouveau.
Et je pense que on est à peu près à 15-20 minutes de discussion. Donc, est-ce que ça vous dirait en fait de commencer avec la lecture du premier chapitre de La déraison? Comme ça, on va introduire le reste du monde à la traduction. Et donc, ça veut dire que dans quelques secondes, on va arrêter l'interprétation. Donc, n'oubliez pas, quand vous revenez après la lecture d'Agnès Martin-Lugand et la lecture de notre étudiante Nadia, de resélectionner votre chaîne dans le globe qui se trouve en bas. Et je voudrais aussi remercier Rosie Air, qui est la traductrice qui a traduit ces chapitres spécialement pour notre conférence. Donc, je pense qu'elle va nous rejoindre à un moment plus tard. Mais ce que je voudrais faire, c'est aussi mettre son lien, donc le lien vers sa page web. Comme ça, vous pouvez aller voir son travail parce qu'elle travaille sur d'autres textes aussi et sur les textes d'Agnès. Donc, en particulier parce qu'on a beaucoup de gens qui travaillent dans la traduction ici dans la conférence. Donc, je pense que we can stop the interpreting. Et je laisse la parole à Agnès Martin-Lugand pour le premier chapitre de La déraison.
Quelque part, le vent soufflait, la marée était haute, la houle comblait mes espérances. Les vagues frappaient la falaise dans un fracas continu. Elle martelait si fort la roche qu'elle repartait au large et entrait en collision avec les suivantes, créant des gerbes d'écume bouillonnante. Fascinant, apaisant. Ce déchaînement des éléments m'attirait inexorablement. Je pouvais sauter, disparaître à jamais. Enfin, on ne me retrouverait pas ou alors dans plusieurs semaines. Sur quelle plage mon corps serait-il charrié? Peu importe. Était-ce le moment? Celui que j'attendais depuis si longtemps? Rien ne me retenait. Un rire amer s'échappa de ma bouche tandis que la pluie s'abattait sur moi. J'y étais. Un pas, un deuxième, un troisième. J'étais au bord, prêt à basculer. Le précipice m'appelait. Les yeux fermés, je convoquais des notes, les accords qui m'accompagneraient. Mon esprit les jouait dans une dernière partition. Le visage de Nathan m'apparut. Je reculais en chancelant, la respiration courte. Si courte que je dus reposer mes bras sur mes genoux, le corps brisé en deux. À croire que j'avais couru. Mon regard foudroya la tempête venue trop tôt. Je hurlais sur elle. Elle me narguait. Tenir encore pour lui. Nathan était le seul être sur cette terre que je devais protéger. En titubant, je regagnai la maison. Cette maison comme une tanière, comme un piège. Armée de ma bouteille et de mes cachetons, je sus que la nuit ne serait pas si décevante.
Merci beaucoup. Et maintenant, Nadia, if you want to start with the English translation of chapter 1.
Somewhere. Wait, sorry, can you hear me?
Perfect.
Yes. Somewhere. The wind was up. The tide was high. The swell was just as I'd hoped. Waves were thrashing against the cliff, each one pounding the rock so hard that it was hurled back out to sea and into the path of the next, creating furious eruptions of spume. The frenzy of the elements was enthralling, soothing, irresistible. I could jump, disappear forever. At last, they wouldn't find me, or not for weeks. Which beach would my body wash up on? It didn't much matter. Was this the moment, the one I'd been waiting for all this time? There was nothing stopping me. A bitter laugh burst from my lips as the rain battered down on me. I'd made it. 1 step, 2, 3. I was at the edge, ready to drop. The void was calling to me. Closing my eyes, I summoned up notes, the chords that would accompany me. My mind tinkled them out in a final score. Then I saw Nathan's face. I reeled back, gasping, so breathless that I had to rest my hands on my knees, my body cleft in two. Anyone would have thought I'd been running. I glowered at the storm that had come too soon. I roared at its mockery. Keep going, for his sake. Nathan was the only being on this earth I had to protect. I staggered back to the house. That house like a lair, like a trap. Armed with my bottle and my pills, I sensed the night wouldn't be quite such a disappointment.
Thank you so much, Nadia. That was brilliant. And if everybody can please join me in thanking Nadia, because she'll have to leave a bit earlier today. So thank you so much. Both Nadia and Gia are part of the French Reading Club, and they're just finishing off their first year. So I'm very, very grateful to them for joining us today. Thank you so much. And l'interprétation est de nouveau commencée. Donc, n'oubliez pas de sélectionner votre langue. Donc, dans le globe en bas, sélectionnez le français ou l'anglais, ou si vous voulez rester sur l'original. Agnès Martin-Lugand, est-ce que ça vous dérangerait de parler un peu du premier chapitre, de cette incipit à la déraison, qui est vraiment, c'est la déraison. Oui. Et on voit l'image de la mer, qui est extrêmement importante dans ce roman, mais aussi dans d'autres. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous parler un peu des opportunités créatives que vous offre la mer dans tous ces états?
Alors, la mer, alors déjà, voilà, moi j'ai un rapport personnel à la mer très, très fort. Enfin, voilà, je suis née au bord de la mer, j'ai grandi au bord de la mer. Ça fait 3 ans que je suis revenue vivre au bord de la mer. C'est vraiment l'élément dont j'ai besoin. Et je trouve que la mer, enfin, en tout cas, chez moi, génère un flot d'émotions, mais énorme en fait, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a toute la palette des émotions, c'est-à-dire que moi la mer peut m'apaiser, comme la mer peut me mettre en colère, peut provoquer voilà quelque chose de très puissant à l'intérieur, voilà quelque chose d'extrêmement viscéral. Et c'est vrai que voilà, dans le premier chapitre effectivement de la déraison, là on est véritablement dans quelque chose de violent, le rapport violent à la mer qui va secouer, qui va appeler, mais qui va appeler aussi, ben voilà, pour broyer, détruire et faire du mal et être une expression de la folie, en tout cas voilà, d'un des 2 personnages principaux de la déraison, en l'occurrence le personnage de Joshua, qui voilà est lui rongé par ses démons, sa colère, l'alcool et les médicaments, et qui voilà qui va au bord du précipice pour se jeter dans la mer, parce qu'il sait que voilà la mer elle fait pas de cadeaux, donc s'il saute il en finira une bonne fois pour toutes. Donc voilà, moi c'est quand moi, dans mon rapport à la mer par rapport à l'écriture, je vais pas dire que la mer m'inspire des histoires. Voilà, elle va servir de décor et de moyen d'expression, en tout cas pour lier entre les émotions du personnage et dans quel état elle est. Après, voilà, moi c'est quand je bloque, quand il y a un moment, j'ai besoin de m'extraire de mon bureau ou après des journées nuits à écrire, mais j'ai besoin d'aller la voir en fait, j'ai besoin de marcher sur la plage, j'ai besoin de me dessouler de l'écriture, et en même temps je m'en dessoule pas complètement parce que quand voilà je vais voir la mer et que je suis sur la plage en pleine période d'écriture, même si c'est pour prendre l'air et essayer de m'en extraire, je vais quand même avoir mes écouteurs dans les oreilles avec la musique que j'écoute pour écrire, et je vais continuer à tourner en rond, mais en même temps, voilà, il y a le fracas des vagues qui va être derrière moi. Il y a le vent aussi, le vent marin qui va m'apporter une grande bouffée d'air dont j'ai besoin régulièrement pendant les périodes d'écriture.
C'est ces émotions qu'on sent au début de la déraison de ce chapitre, c'est la déraison, et nous nous rendons compte seulement à la fin qu'en fait le personnage et la voix, c'est un homme, parce que c'est juste avec l'accord de armée de ma bouteille.
Exactement.
Et c'est un accord qu'en anglais c'est perdu parce que nous ne l'avons pas. Donc en fait, quelles étaient les intentions, quelle réaction vouliez-vous transmettre au lecteur avec ce flou? On ne sait pas qui parle, on se rend compte à la fin qu'en fait c'est un homme. Donc quelles étaient les réactions que vous avez imaginées pour les lecteurs?
Mais en fait, j'avais envie déjà immédiatement de les plonger dans la tête d'un personnage et justement de les interroger. Alors, je connais mes lecteurs, ils me connaissent. Beaucoup sont partis immédiatement du principe que c'était une femme. Évidemment, certains n'ont pas vu l'accord. C'est vrai, quand on lit, on perd pas toujours. D'autres, ça a été très drôle. D'autres se sont dit, mais ils ont laissé une faute. Mais non, pas du tout. C'était fait exprès. C'était voilà pour ceux qui avaient l'œil alerte, allaient se dire tiens, elle nous fait un truc pas comme d'habitude. Mais oui, j'avais envie d'entretenir ce flou et justement de perdre le lecteur d'un chapitre à l'autre, parce que voilà, le premier chapitre commence par ce quelque part. Vous passez au deuxième chapitre, vous êtes autre part. Donc pour moi, en fait, je ne voulais pas mettre plus d'indications, parce que j'aurais d'emblée pu mettre Joshua, Madeleine, et le problème était réglé. Mais en fait, pendant quasiment toute l'écriture de la déraison, j'ai eu envie de mettre le lecteur au travail. j'ai eu envie qu'il prenne sa part, en fait, dans la lecture, qui s'interroge, qui cherche à comprendre et qui cherche à aussi imaginer ce que je ne disais pas, moi, ou ce que je ne faisais que sous-entendre. Donc, voilà, pour moi, les indices étaient certes flous, mais ils étaient là. Il y avait ce quelque part, cette autre part. On voyait ou pas l'accord, mais j'avais envie de les perdre entre ces deux personnages, là aussi, pour qu'ils se disent, mais à quel moment on va trouver le lien entre eux? Voilà, j'étais pas en train de enfin oui, je racontais deux histoires qui étaient parallèles, qui étaient tout à fait en miroir, parce que ce qui a été volontaire de ma part dans l'écriture de la déraison, c'est que, c'est-à-dire que, voilà, vous êtes dans le premier chapitre, c'est cette fameuse nuit au bord de la falaise avec Joshua. Vous arrivez au deuxième chapitre, vous faites la connaissance de Madeleine, et c'est cette même soirée. C'est le même temps, mais dans deux endroits différents. Et en fait, j'ai voulu jouer en permanence avec ce jeu de miroir entre eux. C'est-à-dire que quand vous avez le réveil de Joshua le lendemain matin au petit déjeuner, le chapitre qui va suivre, c'est le petit déjeuner de Madeleine. Pour voir justement montrer la différence d'état des lieux dans leur vie et où ils en sont, pour continuer à entretenir le flou, où on se dit mais ils n'ont vraiment rien à voir ensemble, mais il doit bien y avoir quelque chose, parce que après mes lecteurs me connaissent aussi. Mais voilà, moi j'ai aimé énormément brouiller ces pistes, et je vous dis ne pas tout dire. C'est-à-dire que quand j'écris, ce roman fait partie d'un de mes plus courts, mais parce que j'ai voulu aller à une écriture essentielle. Pas de fioritures, pas de détails. Je voulais vraiment rester centrée sur les deux grandes thématiques du roman, qui sont la mort et la folie d'amour, et ne mettre en mots que ce qui servait finalement ces deux thématiques et la progression des deux personnages. Donc, il aurait pu être 4 fois plus gros, hein, mais c'était plus du tout la même histoire dans ces cas-là. Si j'avais raconté de bout en bout toute leur vie, c'était plus la déraison, en fait. J'en faisais une saga, et c'était absolument pas ce que je cherchais. C'était absolument pas l'écriture vers laquelle j'étais appelée, en tout cas par rapport à ces personnages-là.
On a déjà parlé de musique et de musicalité, et je pense qu'on va y revenir parce que c'est très important pour votre œuvre. Mais dans ce premier chapitre, on voit des phrases plus longues ou des phrases plus courtes, ou même juste des phrases qui sont un seul mot. Donc, il y a une certaine tonalité qu'on cherche, un certain rythme. Donc, quelle est cette tonalité que vous voudriez transmettre, en particulier dans un roman où la musique devient plus importante, parce que c'est vital pour les deux personnages, la musique, la tonalité, le rythme.
Mais si vous voulez, ces phrases, voilà, qui passent, où toutes les longueurs, en effet, voilà, il y a un peu de tout. Mais pour moi, ce style, cette manière d'écrire, en fait, correspondait à ce que je ressentais de l'état d'esprit du personnage. Joshua il peut être dans quelque chose de très haché dans sa manière de ressentir les choses, d'extrêmement violent. Et parfois, un mot suffit à dire la violence. Un mot, pour moi, parfois, est 10 000 fois plus impactant qu'une longue phrase qui ferait 5 lignes. Mais pour autant, parfois, Joshua, il a cette capacité, et je pense à des passages plus lointains dans le texte, il a cette capacité de partir, de laisser aller sa réflexion quand il est, on va dire, dans une phase, je ne vais pas dire calme, parce que Joshua n'est jamais calme, mais où en tout cas, il laisse son esprit réfléchir, et où il prend du recul sur sa propre vie, où il se raconte à lui-même sa propre vie. Là, il est capable de partir dans une forme de digression autour de lui, autour de ses états d'âme, autour de ce qu'il a vécu. Donc, pour moi, il y avait une forme de logique, vu sa folie, à ce qu'on passe d'une écriture à l'autre comme ça, d'une manière absolument pas calculée. Si vous voulez, quand j'écrivais les chapitres de Joshua, alors déjà, je n'étais absolument pas la même que lorsque j'écrivais les chapitres de Madeleine, mais même physiquement, dans ma manière de me tenir, j'avais quelque chose de très tendu, tout mon corps s'arc-boutait, il m'a vraiment habité d'une manière très, très puissante. Et en fait, cette espèce c'est le côté très alterné entre des mots saccadés et des grandes phrases, elle venait, voilà, clac, il y avait quelque chose de très, toujours une forme oui, toujours très instinctif en fait, mais parce que c'était véritablement ce qui correspondait à l'état d'esprit du personnage. Et je crois, voilà, avec 10 romans, je crois avoir un petit peu de recul et je pense que finalement mon style s'adapte toujours en fonction de l'état d'esprit du personnage et de sa personnalité. C'est-à-dire que Diane, si je reprends mon premier roman, n'aurait absolument pas pensé comme Joshua. Ça, et c'est pour ça qu'il n'est pas du tout écrit de la même manière. Mais même dans mon roman de l'année dernière, voilà, si je reprends le plus proche par rapport à la déraison, dans la Dacha, le personnage principal d'Hermine n'a absolument pas le même mode de pensée, le même mode de réflexion que le personnage de Joshua. Donc, le roman ne peut pas avoir le même style.
Absolument. Et je viens à un mot que vous avez déjà mentionné, qui est l'urgence, parce qu'on sent cette idée d'urgence, la question du temps et de l'urgence dans ce premier chapitre, mais aussi dans le reste de vos livres, on a cette idée on sent que les personnages, il y a quelque chose d'urgent qu'ils ou elles doivent faire. Mais quels sont les défis pour écrire l'urgence que beaucoup de ces personnages ressentent, en particulier dans une forme qui est très pérenne, parce que c'est le mot écrit, donc il est toujours là, on peut rouvrir le livre. Donc, comment soutenir cette urgence dans le roman?
Moi, je travaille vraiment, si vous voulez, avant d'écrire, j'ai vraiment besoin de toute une période de réflexion pour connaître mes personnages avant de débuter et après me laisser aller justement à ne plus être du tout dans le contrôle et à les laisser penser et ressentir. Alors, vous avez tout à fait raison en parlant d'urgence de vivre chez beaucoup de mes personnages ou d'urgence de régler des problèmes, en tout cas. Au-delà de l'urgence de vivre qui est encore plus extrême, mais l'urgence de régler des problèmes, d'avancer, de se bousculer. Moi, je sais que mon intérêt, je suis fascinée en fait par tous les mécanismes humains, psychiques, conscients, inconscients, justement, pour essayer de se réparer ou d'avancer ou même de se faire du mal. Parfois, il faut savoir se faire du mal pour avancer dans la vie et j'aime les écrire. Et c'est vrai que j'ai toujours, quand je suis en phase d'écriture, j'ai ce premier jet qui sort, plus ou moins réussi, ça dépend des jours. Mais voilà, après, c'est quelque chose, je vais le reprendre un nombre de fois, je dirais, indéfini. Ça dépend de la manière dont ça va sortir en premier jet. Mais si vous voulez, plus je relis, plus je suis en adéquation avec l'état d'esprit du personnage. Donc, effectivement, c'est à ces moments-là aussi où mes phrases peuvent se raccourcir ou, à l'inverse, plus se détailler, plus se travailler, plus s'ajuster. Même dans les changements de mots, parfois, il faut du temps et il faut d'innombrables relectures pour trouver le bon mot, celui qui va tout dire finalement. Et c'est vrai qu'avec la déraison, où j'ai vraiment été dans cette recherche du mot juste à chaque fois, mais des fois, lorsque je le trouvais, il y avait une phrase qui partait à la poubelle, en fait, parce que j'avais enfin trouvé, voilà, j'avais mis le doigt exactement sur le mot que je pouvais peut-être chercher depuis des jours pour dire ce que ressentait le personnage, pour dire son sentiment, pour dire son émotion. Et c'est véritablement ça que je traque dans tous mes romans. C'est réussir, alors, c'est l'urgence, mais ça peut être l'amour, ça peut être la colère, ça peut être voilà, toute la palette émotionnelle dont l'humain est capable, mais de trouver l'expression ou le mot qui va dire.
je voulais prendre la dacha justement parce que on voulait passer vers des questions de la dacha, mais
Oui.
en juxtaposition ou en opposition avec cette urgence, on a aussi beaucoup le passage du temps.
Oui.
Donc, les personnages vivent, dans les romans, on a un passage de temps de 10 ans, même de 20 ans, dans La déraison, La dacha ou dans Désolé, je suis attendu. Donc,
Oui.
en fait, comment écrire, donc, vous nous avez expliqué comment écrire l'urgence, mais comment écrire ce passage du temps pour qu'en fait, il reste crédible et reconnaissable. Parce que je pense que beaucoup de vos lecteurs et lectrices s'identifient à ces personnages. Donc, en fait, ils reconnaissent les temps, que ce soit les années 80 ou les années 2000, 2010.
Alors après, c'est vrai que à chaque fois, quand j'ai pu faire comme ça des bonds dans le temps, si on parle de celui de la dacha, qui fait partie d'un de mes plus longs, 20 ans, voilà, il y a 20 ans qui se passent entre le premier chapitre et le deuxième. Donc, l'écart est quand même assez plus qu'important. Mais en fait, tout ça a été aussi un travail de réflexion pendant l'écriture où je me suis longuement interrogée sur est-ce que je dois raconter en long, en large et en travers ces 20 ans ou pas, en fait. Et pareil, je reviens à toujours cette notion d'essentiel, moi, dans ma tête, d'avoir essayé de trouver et de comprendre quels étaient les moments clés et importants pendant ces 20 ans qui pouvaient servir Hermine 20 ans plus tard. Je ne sais pas si je suis très claire, si Mathilde s'en sort avec mes mots, mais si vous voulez, voilà, j'ai écrit ce premier chapitre où on est, donc il y a 20 ans, je suis passée 20 ans plus tard, et c'est au fur et à mesure de l'écriture, voilà, où je savais que j'avais tout dans ma tête, toute l'histoire, mais elle n'était pas écrite. Mais à chaque fois, je me suis dit, allez, pourquoi on en est arrivé là et quel est l'élément, quel est l'événement qui va pouvoir faire progresser Hermine dans son questionnement, dans son évolution ou dans ce qui est juste en train de se passer là. Et à chaque fois, il faut, quand je travaille comme ça sur des grands flashbacks, je me demande toujours, voilà, quel est l'intérêt je ne veux pas écrire quelque chose ou raconter quelque chose juste comme ça, parce que ça délaye des pages et que ça va faire joli. Non, en fait, vraiment, je reviens, je me répète beaucoup, mais sur la question du sens, en fait. Et parfois, certains personnages me cachent des choses. C'est-à-dire que Hermine, moi, il y a eu un moment où je lui ai vraiment dit, parce que là, on est au temps présent, et il y a un moment où on part dans un flashback où on se retrouve avec Hermine, petite fille. Mais en fait, je sentais qu'il y avait quelque chose qu'elle ne m'avait pas raconté. Donc, je lui ai dit, en fait, parce que j'entretiens des dialogues avec mes personnages, je lui ai dit, maintenant, il faut que tu m'expliques parce qu'il y a des choses que je ne comprends pas et je sens que, voilà, il est temps que tu me les dises et qu'on soit au courant toutes les deux, en fait, pour pouvoir avancer. Et voilà, et du coup, il y a eu, d'un seul coup, ce chapitre flashback où j'ai rencontré enfin Hermine, petite fille. Et en fait, ce passage de sa vie, enfin, ce petit temps dans sa vie, voilà, c'est quelques jours qu'elle raconte, c'est pas plus, était suffisant pour comprendre qui était Hermine aujourd'hui. Donc, et c'est vraiment toujours cette question, en fait, que je me pose quand il y a des flashbacks. Et c'est pour ça que La déraison, oui, effectivement, il aurait pu être 3 fois plus gros, mais en fait, à quoi bon? Il fallait l'essentiel de l'histoire de l'un, de l'histoire de l'autre, pour comprendre pourquoi ils en étaient là aujourd'hui.
Je dois reconnaître que sur ces pages sur Hermine, je les ai vraiment senties. C'était comme si les portes se sont ouvertes et les larmes et toute l'émotion et tout est sorti. Donc, je sais exactement le passage dont vous parlez.
Vous avez compris lequel.
Oui, et donc c'est ça le roman, La Dacha, qui a été publié en 2021. Et en fait, ici, nous voyons un lieu, la dacha en l'occurrence, qui devient presque un personnage à part entière.
Ah oui.
Et
oui.
Comme c'était publié en 2021 et comme on vient, espérons, de sortir de cette pandémie, est-ce qu'il y a-t-il des liens entre cette histoire qui est en fait presque huis clos. Bien sûr, il y a des sorties, mais c'est presque en huis clos. Et en fait, que la majorité d'entre nous, nous étions enfermés ou confinés ou dans un huis clos d'une certaine manière.
Oui. Alors, c'est tout le paradoxe de ce roman, effectivement. C'est-à-dire que moi, la dacha, alors, par rapport à l'histoire de ce roman, il y a deux choses. Alors, ça faisait plusieurs années que j'avais envie d'écrire un roman qui se passe dans un hôtel, puisque la dacha c'est le nom de l'hôtel où tout le roman se passe. Mais voilà, les personnages qui s'imposaient à moi pendant toutes les années précédentes, ils n'étaient pas faits pour aller dans un hôtel. Donc voilà, mais je gardais ça dans un coin de ma tête. Et puis au printemps 2020, alors je vais vous recontextualiser par rapport à nos confinements en France. Donc en France, on sort du premier confinement qui a été le plus dur, où on n'est vraiment pas du tout sorti de chez nous. Et là, je commence à penser à mon prochain roman, parce que j'ai pas du tout été capable d'écrire, moi, je l'ai pas du tout mis à profit, le premier confinement. J'étais incapable de faire quoi que ce soit. L'hôtel revient très vite. Et je me dis, mais il faut absolument que j'écrive enfin ce roman après lequel je cours, qui se passe dans un hôtel. Et je me dis, mais qui peut vivre dans cet hôtel? Et donc, les trois personnages se sont imposés à moi à ce moment-là, donc Hermine et Jo et Macha, qui sont les propriétaires de l'hôtel. Tout l'été où on était un peu plus calme en termes de Covid, je cogite le roman. Le Covid réexplose en France, donc fin août. Moi, à ce moment-là, je rentre dans mon bureau pour commencer à écrire le roman. Et là, en fait, grâce à la dacha, je n'ai pas du tout vu les 6 mois suivants de Covid. C'est-à-dire que je me suis trouvé un refuge, et ce refuge a été la dacha. Et pourtant, et à juste titre, ce que vous dites, c'est que c'est un huis clos, puisqu'on ne sort quasiment pas de l'hôtel. Oui, mais c'est un huis clos où les gens se touchent, les gens s'embrassent, les gens partagent des repas ensemble, les gens dansent, les gens pleurent dans les bras l'un de l'autre. Enfin, c'était finalement toute la vie qu'on avait avant. Et à ce moment-là, on ne savait pas du tout quand est-ce qu'on allait pouvoir la retrouver. Et en fait, je me suis coulée d'une manière tout à fait naturelle à la dacha, et j'y étais très, très bien. Et moi, quand je dis que ça a été je dis ça a été le refuge d'Hermine, la dacha, mais à cette période-là, ça a véritablement été le mien, où je ne voyais pas du tout ce qui se passait autour, parce que j'étais là-bas, en fait. Et quand le roman a été terminé, mais moi, je dis, je veux y retourner, en fait, parce que moi, je ne voulais pas du tout retourner dans la réalité qui ne s'était absolument pas améliorée, puisque là, on arrive à peu près au mois de janvier 2021, donc autant dire que c'était pas terrible à cette époque-là. Mais en fait, voilà, moi, j'ai été dans la bulle, dans un autre huis clos, mais qui m'a protégée, en fait, du huis clos sanitaire dans lequel le monde entier vivait.
Absolument, c'est un huis clos qui est quand même plein d'espoir, d'amour, d'amitié. Donc, c'est cette idée de refuge. Nous avons en parlé au panel avant cette intervention. Nous avons justement parlé de cette idée d'échapper, de refuge. Donc, peut-être on va avoir des questions sur ce sujet. Et en fait, je suis consciente du temps parce qu'on pourrait parler des heures et des heures. Donc, est-ce que ça vous dirait d'aller vers le chapitre 19 de la déraison? Donc, c'est à ce moment-là, je vais faire exactement les mêmes points pratiques parce que je pense qu'on a de nouveaux membres dans le public. Donc, dans quelques secondes, l'interprétation, elle va finir. On va avoir le chapitre lu en français par Agnès Martin-Lugand, suivi par la traduction lue en anglais par notre étudiante Gia Aurora. Et la traduction, elle a toujours été faite par Rosnay, et vous avez le lien vers son site dans le chat. So, the interpretation is going to finish now, and we're going to go on to the reading. Donc, quand vous êtes prête, on peut y aller.
Au centre de la plage. La nuit qui tombait les protégeait, les enveloppait, les dissimulait. Elle atteignit enfin le sable. Elle lutta contre un vertige qu'elle défia pour le tenir loin d'elle. Il n'avait plus besoin de se dépêcher, de courir vers elle. Elle n'était plus un mirage. Il était en paix. Elle l'avait toujours apaisé. Il sut qu'il ne sauterait pas. Elle le chercha du regard gêné par la pluie. Elle le vit. Son cœur battit plus fort, à tel point qu'elle crut que son corps se dissolvait sous le coup de l'émotion. Elle ne s'attendait pas à ce que cela soit si violent. Comment était-ce possible qu'il ait encore ce pouvoir sur elle? Il marcha encore quelques mètres vers elle, puis s'arrêta. Elle devait lui revenir, le rejoindre. C'était à elle de le retrouver. Leur dernier rendez-vous manqué ne devait plus l'être. Alors il lutta contre la pulsion de franchir la distance en premier. Il se prépara à se contenir, à garder la tête froide, et savoura sa victoire, l'admirant tandis qu'elle marchait avec fébrilité vers lui. Il la sentait bouleversée, il avait gagné. Elle ralentit, se convainquant que tout était encore possible. Soit elle n'allait pas mourir, soit elle pouvait faire demi-tour, oublier qu'il était là et rentrer chez elle. Elle eut envie de rire, de la méchanceté de la fatalité, de sa faiblesse, de sa stupidité. Comment avait-elle pu songer qu'elle aurait la force de lutter contre cette attraction? Elle savoura chaque seconde du chemin jusqu'à lui. Il n'y aurait pas deux retrouvailles. Il n'y en aurait qu'une, et ils étaient en train de la vivre. Ses jambes la portèrent à peine sur les derniers mètres. Elle était devant lui. Enfin. Il lutta contre leur rituel. Il ne s'autorisait pas encore à prendre sa main, passer son pouce sur sa peau, comme il le faisait toujours quand il se retrouvait après une séparation trop longue. Il ne voulait pas l'effrayer. Il la dominait, comme avant. Elle n'avait pas grandi. Cette remarque le fit sourire. Elle avait vieilli et paraissait épuisée, éreintée, mais elle n'en était que plus belle. Sa bouche rouge, ses rides autour de ses yeux de cette couleur si particulière, un iris vert entouré d'un fil d'or. Son cou fin et dégagé malgré le froid. Il aimait poser sa main dessus, l'entourer, le protéger. Il était toujours aussi grand face à elle. Elle se sentait toujours aussi fragile devant lui. Rien n'avait changé. Son regard dur et tourmenté lui donnait cette impression qu'il pouvait lire en elle. Il avait vieilli et n'en était que plus charismatique. Il semblait encore plus fatigué qu'avant, plus sombre aussi, et d'autant plus attirant. À l'époque déjà, elle s'amusait à tenter de percer son mystère. Il la faisait vibrer avant, et c'était encore le cas aujourd'hui, après seulement quelques instants. Il l'aimantait, la rassurait. Il la faisait vivre. Elle était vivante et déstabilisée par sa présence. Elle était heureuse alors qu'elle n'aurait pas dû. M'a dit, tu es revenu. M'a dit, ce nom qui n'appartenait qu'à lui, qu'à eux. Personne d'autre que lui ne l'avait jamais prononcé. Ses yeux se remplirent de larmes rien qu'en entendant sa voix grave. Ils s'observaient comme des adversaires fascinés l'un par l'autre. Il paniqua. C'était trop beau pour être vrai. Il devait en être certain. Sa main se leva, s'approcha avec une lenteur infinie de ce visage dont il rêvait de jour comme de nuit. Il fixa ses doigts qui s'avançaient vers elle. Elle se retint d'aller au-devant de ce contact dont elle rêvait depuis tant d'années, dont elle était en manque depuis la dernière fois qu'il l'avait effleurée. Enfin, il la toucha. Il redécouvrit le grain de sa peau qu'il n'avait jamais oublié. Elle tressaillit. Sa main froide, forte et délicate. Ses paupières se fermèrent de plaisir. Tu es réel. Elle abandonna sa joue contre sa paume. Elle sentit ses doigts la caresser, essuyer la larme qui roulait. Il était réel. Ce geste était réel. Beaucoup trop réel. Elle prit une profonde inspiration. Elle respira son parfum et s'éloigna en ouvrant les yeux. Il pencha la tête sur le côté, dans un mouvement de surprise. Il endossa ce sourire narquois qu'elle aimait tant avant. Elle lui en renvoya un, timide. Elle le regretta aussitôt, percutée par le souvenir de leur rencontre. Elle lui avait envoyé le même lorsque leurs regards s'étaient croisés pour la première fois et qu'elle était déjà amoureuse. « Je dois rentrer, Joshua. Ma fille va s'inquiéter. » Sa voix douce et éraillée n'avait pas changé. La plus belle harmonie qu'il ait jamais entendue. Il lui sourit encore. Elle aussi. Puis elle se retourna et prit la direction de son escalier en se retenant de tituber. Elle était ivre. Ivre d'interrogation, de bouleversement, de culpabilité, de terreur, de regret. Lui était ivre de bonheur.
Merci beaucoup. Et maintenant, Gia, pour la traduction en anglais. Gia, over to you whenever you're ready.
I hope you can hear me.
Perfect.
Okay. In the middle of the beach, night was falling, shielding them, enveloping them, concealing them. She reached the sand at last. She beat back a wave of dizziness, fending it far away from her. He no longer felt the need to rush, to go charging towards her. She wasn't a mirage now. He was at one. She'd always had that soothing effect on him. In that moment, he knew he wouldn't jump. She scanned around for him, her view hampered by the rain. Then she saw him. Her heart gave a fiercer thump, so hard she thought her body was about to give way from the force of the emotion. She wasn't expecting it to be this violent. How could he still have such a hold over her? He walked a few more meters towards her, then stopped. She had to come back to him, rejoin him. It was down to her to find him again. The last missed encounter must cease to be the last. He fought back the urge to close the gap first. Steeled to contain himself, to remain impassive. He savored his victory, drinking her in as she walked shakily towards him. He could sense her disarray. He had won. She slowed down, trying to convince herself anything was still possible, that she wasn't going to die, that she could turn around, forget he was here, and go home. She suddenly wanted to laugh, at the cruelty and inevitability of it all, at her weakness, at her stupidity. How could she have dreamt she'd be strong enough to fight the attraction? She savored every moment of the walk towards him. There wouldn't be a second chance to reunite. There would only be one, and they were living it right now. Her legs barely carried her over the final meters. She was there before him at last. He fought against their old ritual. He couldn't yet allow himself to take her hand and trace his thumb across her skin, as he always used to do whenever they met again after too long apart. He didn't want to scare her. He had her in his thrall, just like back then. She hadn't grown up. The observation made him smile. She had aged, and she looked weary, exhausted, but she was only more beautiful for it. Her red lips, the creases around her eyes, with their so distinctive coloring, green irises ribboned with gold, her slender neck left bare in spite of the cold. He used to love placing his hand over it, making sure it was encircled, protected. He stood as imposing as ever in front of her. She felt as fragile as ever before him. Nothing had changed. His steely, tormented expression giving her the familiar sense that he could read what was inside her. He had aged in a way that only added to his charisma. He looked even more tired than before, even more desolate, and all the more alluring for it. Already back then, she'd enjoyed trying to penetrate his mystery. He used to make her throb, and that was still true now, after barely a few seconds. Something about him drew her in, reassured her. He gave her life. She was alive and jerked off balance by his presence. She felt happy, even though she shouldn't. Maddie. He came back. Maddie. That name which only belonged to him, to them. Nobody else had ever uttered it. Her eyes filled with tears at the very sound of his earnest voice. They sized one another up like opponents, each transfixed by the other's presence. He felt a stab of panic. It was too good to be true. His hands rose, closing in impossibly slowly on the face he dreamt of day and night. She stared at his fingers as they inched towards her, forcing herself not to hasten the moment of contact she dreamt about for so many years, that she'd missed ever since the last time he had touched her. Finally, he reached over, discovering the new grain of skin that had never left him. She trembled. His hand was cold, strong, tender. Her eyes flicked shut with ecstasy. You're real. She surrendered her cheek to the outstretched palm. She felt the caress of his fingers as they brushed away the tear that was rolling down it. He was real. His touch was real. Far too real. She inhaled deeply, breathing in his scent, then pulled away as she opened her eyes once more. He cocked his head, surprised. Then he smiled in that mocking way she so loved back then. She returned it shyly. Instantly she regretted it, hit by the memory of their first meeting. She'd cast him the same smile when their eyes had locked for the first time, when she was already in love with him. I have to get back, Joshua. My daughter will be getting worried. Her soft, husky voice hadn't changed, the most beautiful harmony he'd ever heard. He smiled at her, one more time. She smiled back. Then she turned away and headed for the stairwell, forcing herself not to stagger. She felt drunk with questions, with consternation, with guilt, terror, regrets. He was drunk with happiness.
Thank you so much, Gia. That was fantastic. Join us in giving her a virtual hand of applause. Gia is also a member of our French Reading Club, and she represented our department and the university. So thank you very much, Gia. The interpretation can go back on. So, je vais maintenant changer au français. Donc, de nouveau, vous avez les globes en bas, donc vous pouvez sélectionner la langue que vous voulez en remerciant à Agnès Martin-Lugand et à Gia pour leur lecture. Et comme je suis consciente du temps, c'est 14 heures et j'ai beaucoup d'autres questions, mais je voudrais aussi donner l'opportunité au public qui est venu vous voir et vous écouter de poser des questions. Donc, en fait, je vais garder mes questions pour plus tard si nous avons encore le temps, mais nous avons à peu près 30 minutes pour des questions. Donc, vous pouvez poser vos questions en anglais, en français ou dans le chat, mais c'est important de sélectionner la langue dans laquelle vous voulez entendre les questions. Donc, par exemple, Agnès et moi, nous restons sur le français. Si vous comprenez français et anglais, vous pouvez rester sur l'original. Sinon, choisissez la langue que vous comprenez, que vous voulez, et c'est ouvert à vous de poser vos questions. Donc, n'hésitez pas. En fait, je ne vois pas les mains, je ne vois pas s'il y a quelqu'un qui... Ah, Adalgisa. Adalgisa. And then Orshi.
I hope you don't mind if I go back to your first novels, or the first one followed by, I think, the third, the ones about the café. I would like to pick up a quotation from the sequel to the Happy People Read and Drink Coffee, which was the book Don't Worry, Life is Easy. And here, at the beginning of the novel, the protagonist comments on or says what she wanted her literary cafe to be like. And she says that she wanted to be a warm, welcoming place for everybody, independently of what kind of literature her customers might like. And so there is here a reference, a very direct reference to the themes of our conference, because it refers to reading as enjoyment, as pleasure, and also that it didn't matter, she says, whether her customers want a literary prize winner or a best-selling popular novel. What counted was that her customers read without feeling they were being judged because of their choices. And so reading has always been a pleasure to me, she says, and I wanted people to come to my book cafe to feel that, to explore, and for those who were the most reluctant to at least try it. And it didn't matter whether they liked detective novels, general literature, modern romances, poetry, books for young adults, biography, bestsellers, and books for the most esoteric of readers. So she is actually stocking this large variety of genres. Now, I would like to ask you whether you share Diane's preferences or ideas, and where you would place your own work in this dichotomy of literary prize-winning novels or best-selling popular novels. And also, I'd like to ask you whether the title of your first novel, it should actually be read not so much as Happy People Read and Drink Coffee, but as rather people who read and drink coffee are happy.
Alors, à mon tour. Oui, alors je partage je partage complètement l'avis de Diane et ce qu'elle dit sur voilà, sur ce qu'elle veut que soient les gens heureux, ils boivent du café, son café littéraire, ou n'importe qui peut être accueilli, peu importe ses choix. Et moi, au plus profond de moi, je me dis peu importe, le principal est que les gens lisent. Moi, il y a vraiment quelque chose que je ne supporte pas, c'est l'opposition des littératures entre elles. C'est-à-dire que si vous lisez du roman populaire, qui pour certains est un gros mot, le mot populaire, vous ne pouvez pas lire ce qui serait appelé une littérature plus exigeante. Mais je mets des guillemets à chaque fois dans ma bouche. C'est-à-dire que pour moi, on peut passer d'un style ou d'un segment de littérature à un autre sans aucune difficulté. Et moi, ce que mes romans sont des romans populaires, et je le dis et je l'assume, et moi, ça ne me pose aucun problème. Pourquoi ? Parce que j'ai la chance et l'honneur que beaucoup de mes lecteurs me disent que grâce à mes romans, ils ont aimé lire ou qu'ils ont renoué avec la lecture. Pour moi, en tant qu'auteur, il n'y a pas plus beau compliment que celui-ci. Et peut-être que en lisant mes romans populaires, peut-être que ces mêmes lecteurs vont aller au bout d'un moment voir d'autres types de littérature dite exigeante ou plus chic ou je ne sais quoi. Mais en fait, on peut lire de tout parce que pour moi, toutes les littératures se complètent. Toutes les littératures ont leur exigence. C'est-à-dire que moi, je ne saurais pas forcément faire autre chose. Je ne saurais pas écrire de romans policiers. Je ne sais pas le faire. Mais peut-être qu'un auteur de romans policiers ne saurait pas faire ce que moi, je sais faire, par exemple. Et je ne comprends pas, et pour rester poli, cette opposition entre les genres littéraires. La priorité, véritablement pour moi, c'est que les gens aillent dans les librairies. N'aie pas peur du livre, qu'ils aient l'idée de le prendre dans les mains, de le retourner, d'essayer de voir de quoi ça parle, est-ce que ça peut les attirer, est-ce que c'est comme j'ai mes enfants, mon fils aîné est un lecteur de romans, le plus petit est un lecteur de BD et de manga. Évidemment, je préférerais qu'il lise du roman, je ne vais pas vous dire le contraire. Mais au bout du compte, je m'en moque. Le principal, c'est qu'ils lisent. C'est un autre genre littéraire qui, moi, ils ont toute mon admiration. Les auteurs de manga et de BD, je serais incapable de le faire. Et le principal, nous, je sais qu'en France, beaucoup d'enfants, en fait, lisent des mangas et des BD, mais en fait, un jour ou l'autre, ça les amènera peut-être vers le roman, et pour autant, ils n'oublieront pas les mangas et les BD. Et je trouve que justement, c'est cette richesse qu'il faut développer et qu'il faut encourager auprès des gens qui ont encore peur du livre.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup Adalgisa et Agnès. En fait, c'était de ma faute parce que maintenant, je vois tout le monde. Donc, c'est pour ça que je ne voyais pas les mains. Mais maintenant, c'était ma faute. Je suis en mode galerie maintenant. Donc, en fait, je vois tous les mains. Et je pense qu'il y avait la main de Orchi qui est avec nous de Roumanie. Donc, Orchi, c'est à vous.
Yes, I thank you for being here. It was really, really interesting. Sorry, I'm talking in English, but I don't speak French. And I was very fascinated by all the things you have said, because it is so interesting to have such an intense insight into the working process of an artist, the working process of an author. I think we should do this more often, and then people would really go to bookshops. So I found it really, really interesting, all the things you have said. And what I would like to ask you, because you were talking about how you identify with your characters or how it actually you feel them in your body. when you write from their perspective. And if you could talk, or how, I think it was the best idea. So the most touching idea for me, that you give so much autonomy to your characters, that they can decide what they do, and they are like living people, like people with full agency for you. And I think that is a really beautiful idea. And what I would like to ask you is how it is actually for you. So is it like an experience of ecstasy in sense of stepping out of yourself, or does it give you like different perspectives, or does it give you like the chance, as you have talked about the novel with the hotel, that it gives you like an escape from the problems? And yeah, how it is, if you can dwell even more on that, please.
Oui, alors c'est vrai que, le rapport que j'entretiens avec mes personnages, j'ai vraiment le sentiment à chaque roman de vivre un phénomène de dédoublement de personnalité, parce que pour moi, ils ont une existence propre. Donc quand je dis que j'entretiens des dialogues avec eux, je les entretiens dans ma tête, je ne parle pas encore à voix haute, mais oui, il y a vraiment j'ai le sentiment de les entendre me répondre, et me dire vers où ils vont, et c'est quelque chose entre guillemets qui s'aggrave avec le temps, cette manière dans cette manière d'écrire, où je découvre ce qui se passe au moment où j'écris, en fait, au moment où je tape sur le clavier, puisque je les laisse de plus en plus véritablement décider de tout. Donc c'est aujourd'hui, mon processus créatif se passe véritablement de cette manière-là. Donc, c'est vrai que pour mon dernier roman, pour la déraison, donc, avant toute chose, moi, il me faut le morceau de musique qui va m'accompagner dans l'écriture de la scène que je m'apprête à écrire. Et une fois que j'y suis, c'est comme si je disais au personnage, alors qu'est-ce que tu vas me dire aujourd'hui, quoi? On en est où? Et au fur et à mesure, il y a quelque chose qui gronde, et ça finit par sortir. Et véritablement, quand je vous dis que je découvre des choses au moment où je les écris, c'est la réalité. Par exemple, si je reprends je peux vous donner un exemple pour la dacha et pour la déraison. La dacha, quand j'étais en train d'écrire la fin de la dacha, je ne savais pas que j'étais en train d'écrire la fin. C'est-à-dire que j'écrivais, et en fait, à un moment, je me suis arrêtée, j'ai relu la dernière phrase que je venais d'écrire, et je me suis dit, ça y est, c'est fini. Rien n'était anticipé, en fait. Et à partir de là, j'avais beau essayer de me forcer à continuer, mais non, en fait. Les personnages n'avaient plus rien à dire. Ils me demandaient de les laisser tranquilles. À partir de là, ils ont à vivre leur vie auprès des lecteurs, et c'est aux lecteurs d'imaginer la suite. Et par exemple, pour la déraison, pour la fin de la déraison, quand j'ai terminé d'écrire l'avant-dernier chapitre, je savais que c'était pas le dernier. Ça, par contre, c'était sûr. Je savais qu'il me restait quelque chose à écrire, mais je ne savais pas quoi. Donc, j'ai laissé reposer les choses pendant 2 jours. Bon, ça me trottait dans la tête, évidemment, parce que je savais que le roman n'était pas terminé. Et à un moment, alors je vais peut-être paraître complètement folle, mais j'ai senti comme un appel, il fallait que j'y retourne. Je me suis réinstallée à mon clavier. J'ai cherché un morceau, évidemment pour la déraison, de piano. Et clac, le chapitre, il est sorti. Et en fait, je ne savais pas ce que j'allais écrire. Je savais juste que le roman était en train de se terminer une bonne fois pour toutes. Et j'ai tout découvert en live, comme on dit. Et ça, c'est pour moi, c'est un exercice qui... alors, c'est terrifiant par moments de se dire que j'ai plus de volonté finalement, et que je ne suis que la passeuse de leur histoire, où je me dis, mais je suis vraiment... j'ai vraiment un petit problème. Et en même temps, c'est un vertige et une adrénaline complètement folle, parce que je ne sais jamais finalement quelle surprise ils me réservent. Et en même temps, quand enfin ils parlent, quand enfin ils me disent les choses, c'est un sentiment incroyable. Enfin, je dis que c'est de l'ordre de la jouissance. en fait, d'un seul coup, voilà, d'avoir enfin la réponse à mes questions. Mais je dirais que finalement, cette manière aujourd'hui que j'ai de fonctionner en les laissant avoir leur propre libre arbitre, on va dire ça comme ça, ben, c'est comme dans la vie en fait. On ne programme pas ce qui se passe. Et ben, avec les personnages, comme chez moi, j'ai l'impression qu'ils existent vraiment, ben, c'est pareil en fait. Ils ne savent pas ce qu'ils vont faire le surlendemain. Et donc moi non plus, je ne sais pas ce qu'ils vont faire le surlendemain.
Thank you very much. I think this is really amazing. All you say is amazing. And I don't think at all that is any kind of mental illness or anything like that. It's just like, for me, this is a proof of great sensitivity. And as you were talking, I remember the thing a Hungarian writer once said, that the fact that we can interpret books in very different ways and words have different meaning for each of us is a proof of the existence of divine. So I think this really feels like a spiritual experience, what you are describing, and it's really cool. So thank you for sharing.
Merci à vous.
Merci beaucoup, Orchi. D'autres questions? Soit dans le chat, soit main virtuelle ou autrement.
I would love to ask another question, but I don't want to monopolize because I have so much I'd like to ask. Is that all right, Sandra? Yeah,
of course.
Okay, first of all, Agnès, I have to apologize because in my first question, I didn't say how much I enjoyed listening to this conversation, because I am really worried about us doing something wrong with the recording and then we have no recording of this session. So thank you very much. It was really, really great. These questions actually follows on from Orshi, because she already kind of expressed some of the things that I had in my mind, but in formulated in a different way. And I'd like to ask you how relevant, obviously, it seems to me that is entirely relevant, your profession as a clinical psychologist before you started writing. It's clear that you go deep into the inner selves of your characters and bring out, everything that is going through them. And it is, I accept the fact that characters come to the writer, the Pirandellian issue of characters who cannot leave him alone and he must write them even if their lives are drama. And so that is perfectly acceptable. I accept that. It's something that lots of writers say. However, even if they have a life of their own, the fact that you were a clinical psychologist, does it matter for the fact that you may, and this depends very much also why you became a writer after being a clinical psychologist. Do you feel that you have a stronger agency, even though the characters have a life of their own, that you actually somehow, subconsciously or deep down, you steer them in behaviors of thinking, of dealing with their inner drama in a different way that perhaps, or more agentic than your real customers, your real clients when you were a clinical psychologist?
Alors, en fait, je crois surtout que mais je vais briser le mythe d'un coup. Mes personnages, de toute façon, viennent de mon inconscient. Et je pense qu'à chaque fois qu'ils me réservent des surprises, c'est un verrou qui saute dans mon inconscient et c'est l'inconscient qui devient conscient. Et je pense que moi, ce que j'ai appris avec les années d'écriture et avec les différents personnages, c'est que ils me font tous cheminer, moi personnellement en tant que femme, ils me font tous avancer et comprendre des choses sur qui je suis, sur mes aspirations, mes propres angoisses, et au fur et à mesure de l'écriture, par roman, j'entends, j'explore, je vais gratter moi dans mon inconscient, et au fur et à mesure de leurs réactions, c'est mon inconscient qui s'exprime. Ça, c'est quelque chose que j'ai compris au fur et à mesure des années, et particulièrement avec mon dernier roman. Après, mon métier de psychologue, alors, je n'ai travaillé qu'avec des petits enfants, donc voilà, j'ai jamais eu de séance avec des adultes, mais voilà, moi, ce que j'ai pu, toutes les connaissances que j'ai pu acquérir pendant mes études et même pendant ma pratique professionnelle, parce que je continuais à me former et à lire des ouvrages de psychanalyse particulièrement, j'ai un intérêt profond pour justement tous les mécanismes psychiques. J'aime comprendre, j'aime analyser, j'aime décortiquer, j'aime les observer, tous ces mécanismes-là, et c'est ce que je fais finalement avec mes personnages. Et c'est pour ça que je m'intéresse à ce qui se passe justement dans leur tête, dans leur inconscient, et que j'ai envie au fur et à mesure, un petit peu comme moi, que leur inconscient devienne conscient et qu'ils comprennent pourquoi ils réagissent de telle et telle manière. Après, c'est quelque chose que j'ai dit aussi, c'est je ne suis pas la psychologue de mes personnages. Pourquoi ? Parce que justement, ils viennent de ma tête, je n'ai absolument aucun recul sur eux, donc je ne peux pas être leur psychologue. Mais finalement, il y a une forme, forcément, je pense que dans mon écriture et de ce que mes personnages en fait me permettent de dire, il y a quelque chose qui est de l'ordre de l'auto-analyse pour moi, et c'est véritablement le lien finalement entre mon ancien métier et l'écriture. Je ne pousserai pas le vice jusqu'à dire que je continue mon métier avec mes personnages, parce que justement, comme je le disais, je suis pas leur psy. C'est peut-être plutôt eux qui sont mes psys, en fait, au fur et à mesure des étapes qu'ils me font franchir et de la manière dont ils me font grandir à travers ce que eux traversent comme épreuve.
Oui, allez-y, Marie-Lise.
Oui, bonjour. Bon, je suis la Française de service.
Bonjour.
Je suis heureuse d'avoir l'occasion de vous parler comme ça en direct. J'ai suivi avec beaucoup d'attention tout ce que vous nous avez dit, et je voulais réagir un petit peu, voilà, commenter de manière un peu personnelle tout ce que j'ai entendu. D'abord, quelque chose qui m'a, je dirais, un petit peu, enfin, qui m'a fait du bien en tant que Française ayant vécu donc les mêmes confinements que vous. C'est vrai que moi aussi, lors du premier confinement, j'ai été complètement stoppée, et contrairement aux gens qui disent « Ah, c'est formidable, j'ai pu en profiter pour faire ceci, cela, etc. » Moi, absolument pas. J'avais plutôt besoin, je dirais, d'absorber un petit peu ce qui était en train de se passer, voilà, to process everything. Et donc, bon, j'étais incapable de transmuer cela en autre chose de créatif ou d'utile. Je n'ai pas du tout vécu comme ça. Donc, j'étais heureuse de voir que je n'avais pas été la seule dans ce cas. Bon, plus sérieusement, donc tout ce que vous avez dit sur votre rapport au personnage, un rapport un petit peu fusionnel, symbiotique, etc., que vous avez développé ensuite grâce aux questions, m'a beaucoup intéressée. Et bon, je ne pouvais pas m'empêcher de me demander aussi ce qu'il en était effectivement mais vous avez répondu à l'instant d'une certaine manière sur ce que les personnages vous apportaient, vous, dans votre parcours personnel, et par, je dirais, ricochet, ce que vous pensiez, espériez peut-être apporter à vos lecteurs, à moins que ce ne soit pas du tout dans vos préoccupations. Donc, est-ce qu'il y a une sorte de dimension, en quelque sorte cathartique pour vous-même? Ça, je crois que vous l'avez un petit peu dit. Qu'en est-il du lecteur? Vous avez dit à un moment que vous aviez souhaité le sortir un petit peu de sa zone de confort, de le rendre un petit peu plus participatif, un peu plus actif, etc. Est-ce que c'est une préoccupation donc délibérée, consciente que vous avez, ou voilà, comment Est-ce que vous avez un lecteur idéal, fantasmé, etc. Quelle place prend le lecteur dans votre processus de création?
Alors, c'est quelque chose, je dis quand je suis en rencontre en librairie ou dans les salons du livre, je ne pense pas à mes lecteurs lorsque j'écris. Je ne pense pas à eux parce que je ne veux pas écrire ce qu'ils me demandent d'écrire. C'est-à-dire que déjà, je ne vais pas me dire il y a un code à respecter pour écrire une histoire et qu'elle plaise. Ça, pour moi, c'est impensable parce qu'il faut que ça soit la sincérité qui prime avant toute chose. Après, on dit, entre guillemets, de mes romans qu'ils font du bien. Je n'ai absolument pas cette aspiration lorsque j'écris. Moi, ce qui m'intéresse, voilà, la première chose, je raconte une histoire. Et mon espoir avec cette histoire, c'est qu'elle fasse réfléchir, finalement, juste réfléchir les personnes qui vont s'en emparer et qui vont la découvrir et la lire. Je cherche pas à faire du bien avec mes histoires. Moi, ce qui m'intéresse, si vous voulez, c'est que une fois que le roman est terminé pour le lecteur, il le referme et voilà, j'écris des tranches de vie, j'écris des portraits, voilà, par rapport avec des épreuves de la vie comme on peut tous traverser à un moment ou à un autre. Mais en fait, moi, ce qui m'intéresse, c'est que quand le lecteur referme le livre, se dise bon, et moi, si j'avais été à sa place, est-ce que je peux me confronter à ça? Comment je peux m'y préparer? Comment est-ce que ça ne fait pas peur d'y réfléchir et de se dire je n'aurais peut-être pas réagi comme le ou la personnage principal, mais je peux comprendre maintenant que j'ai tous ces éléments. En fait, ce qui m'intéresse, c'est aussi qu'il n'y ait pas de jugement à l'emporte-pièce sur certaines situations quand on n'a pas tous les éléments, en fait. Et c'est ça, finalement, c'est la seule visée que j'ai, si vous voulez, dans mon écriture. Voilà, mon dernier roman, La Déraison, c'est un roman qui parle de la mort. C'est pas grave d'écrire un roman sur la mort, c'est pas grave de lire un roman sur la mort. Ça peut juste permettre de réfléchir, de se poser des questions et puis aussi de se désangoisser. Moi, ça a été le cas en l'écrivant. C'est-à-dire que j'ai mis en mots mes propres angoisses et du coup, il y a quelque chose d'extrêmement libérateur. Et voilà, moi, c'est véritablement, c'est amener à réfléchir. Parfois, ça pique de réfléchir. Je ne vais pas dire le contraire. Parfois, ça peut faire un peu mal. Mais ça fait avancer, en fait. Et c'est véritablement la seule chose que j'espère pouvoir provoquer chez certains de mes lecteurs.
Si c'est pleinement dans cette entreprise-là. Et ce que j'aurais envie d'ajouter, c'est qu'il me semble qu'en vous lisant, on se sent moins seul. Je fais un petit peu le lien avec l'expérience du confinement. On lit quelque chose qui, d'une certaine manière, est familier, it resonates d'une certaine manière, et c'est dans ce sens-là, je dirais que ça fait du bien. C'est simplement le fait d'appartenir, voilà, au genre humain et de se sentir moins seul dans des situations que vous choisissez parce qu'elles ont quelque chose d'emblématique, etc. Et bon, qu'on les ait vécues ou non, je pense qu'effectivement, on peut se reconnaître d'une certaine manière dans ces personnages ou qu'on peut se projeter dans ces situations et qu'on se sent moins seul avec ces problèmes existentiels. Et comme quelqu'un le disait tout à l'heure, je crois que c'était Orsi qui parlait d'une dimension spirituelle, je crois qu'effectivement, il y a quelque chose de l'ordre du parcours initiatique dans lequel vous entraînez vos lecteurs.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup Marie-Lise et Agnès. Je suis consciente du temps, mais si on a une dernière courte question, parce qu'on a Mathilde pour encore quelques minutes. Si vous avez une dernière question avant de finir ou de remercier. Étant donné qu'on parle de personnages, oui, Adalgisa, allez-y.
Sandra, I don't want to take over the last bit, though. Is there anybody else who wants to ask anything?
Moi, j'en ai plein, mais moi, j'en ai encore des feuilles et des feuilles. Mais si je peux me permettre une curiosité personnelle au niveau des personnages, est-ce qu'il y a des personnages principaux ou adjuvants pour lesquels vous voudriez encore continuer d'histoire ou écrire une autre histoire? Moi, j'ai des personnages pour lesquels j'aimerais savoir plus.
Des nouvelles.
Oui, oui, voilà.
Alors, il n'y a aucune suite de prévue pour aucun de mes romans. Alors, je l'ai fait une fois, effectivement, avec Les gens heureux et La vie est facile, mais je savais en terminant l'écriture des gens heureux que j'en avais pas fini avec Diane et qu'elle n'en avait pas fini avec moi et qu'elle avait encore du chemin à parcourir. Donc, c'était quelque chose qui était prévu d'emblée. Après, je dis, il n'y a pas de suite de prévu, mais en fait, on ne sait jamais ce qui peut se passer. Mais il faudrait que ça ait du sens. Je reviens encore sur cette notion de sens, c'est-à-dire que je vais pas juste faire une suite pour faire une suite où il se passerait rien et où ça serait la suite que tout le monde attend. Je sais qu'en France, voilà, je suis en train de terminer une tournée de dédicaces et on m'a beaucoup demandé la suite de la Dacia. Et non, en fait, parce que il y aura pas de suite à la Dacia si ça n'a pas de sens. Il faudrait vraiment que Hermine ou un autre des personnages, Vassili, Samuel, Charlie, reviennent frapper, mais d'une manière très très forte à ma porte, en ayant quelque chose à porter, en ayant quelque chose à comprendre, en ayant quelque chose à traverser. Sinon, je peux écrire la suite de la Dacia, ça va être réglé en 30 pages et tout le monde se dira, elle se moque de nous, c'est pas possible. Donc voilà, je ne peux pas dire jamais, mais il faut vraiment que je sente que je vais porter cette suite, qu'il va se passer quelque chose, que moi-même je vais être bousculée et chahutée parce que mes personnages vont vivre et que eux sont fortement chahutés à nouveau pour qu'on repasse du temps ensemble.
Merci beaucoup. Et en attendant le roman suivant, que ce soit une suite ou non, on vous remercie de tout notre cœur. Je ne sais pas s'il y a des courtes questions. Adalgisa, une courte question, dernière question.
Thank you very much. Yes, I do have one. At the end of the English translation of Happy People Read and Drink Coffee, you thanked your publisher for having gone off the beaten track and respecting my journey and my freedom. What did you mean by that? And what did you mean especially by going off the beaten track? What was the track? Were there expectations that you would follow a certain track? And how did you veer of it?
Alors, c'est parce qu'en fait, les éditions Michel Lafon ont été la première maison d'édition en France à publier un roman auto-édité d'une parfaite inconnue. Et c'était moi. C'est-à-dire que voilà, je suis la première en France auteure auto-éditée à avoir été ensuite publiée par une grande maison d'édition et en reprenant le même roman en fait. Voilà, mon roman a eu 2 mois de vie en auto-édition sur Amazon et ensuite il est sorti avec la maison d'édition en librairie quelques mois plus tard. Et c'était la première fois que ça existait en France. C'était la première fois que ça avait lieu. Et ils ont eu ils ont eu l'audace de le faire parce qu'ils croyaient profondément que le roman pouvait avoir une vie en librairie. Et c'est exactement le sens de mon remerciement parce qu'ils sont sortis du chemin traditionnel de l'édition française. Mais voilà, je vous parle de ça il y a 10 ans aujourd'hui. Hein. Donc les choses ont évolué depuis, mais c'est exactement le sens de mon remerciement.
Merci beaucoup et je pense que ça nous amène à la fin parce qu'on est dans la partie des remerciements et comme on parlait de la maison d'édition Michel Lafon, moi personnellement je dois remercier à Honorine pour tout son aide, tout son soutien et tous les matériaux qu'elle nous a envoyés et pour nous avoir mis en contact pour pouvoir avoir cet après-midi ensemble. Donc merci beaucoup Honorine. Et j'espère qu'on va pouvoir continuer cette collaboration avec d'autres occasions aussi. Je voudrais aussi remercier à Gia et à Nadia pour leur lecture en anglais et pour leur participation à tout ce qu'on leur propose. Et aussi, on doit remercier à Mathilde que vous entendez dans vos écouteurs parce que ça n'aurait pas été possible sans Mathilde. Et aussi à Rosie qui nous a envoyé ces traductions. Et comme on dit en anglais, last but not least, on doit remercier à Agnès Martin-Lugand pour cette superbe après-midi qu'on a passé ensemble. Et espérons que dans l'avenir, on va pouvoir se voir et le passer en face à face avec les livres, avec des signatures, un café, un verre de vin en fonction du moment de la journée. On vous remercie.
C'est moi qui vous remercie. C'était passionnant, assez incroyable de le faire effectivement après 2 ans. J'aurais pu continuer à échanger avec vous toutes encore très longtemps. J'espère qu'on aura effectivement d'autres occasions. Merci beaucoup aux 2 lectrices en langue anglaise. Ça a été très touchant pour moi d'entendre mon texte dans une autre langue juste après. Enfin voilà, cette espèce de lecture simultanée dans 2 langues, c'était très très émouvant. Donc je tiens à les remercier. Merci à toutes pour l'organisation. Sandra, merci d'avoir orchestré ce superbe moment, vraiment.
Merci beaucoup. Et maintenant, je pense que tout le monde a besoin d'une pause, en particulier Mathilde. Mais avec le reste du monde, on va savoir à 15h15, 15:15, 3:15, pour la dernière session d'aujourd'hui. Merci beaucoup et à tout de suite pour les autres.
Yes, I think we'll make a start. I'm delighted to welcome you back to this final session, this final panel of the conference, and it's amazing to look at the 2 papers. I've seen the abstracts; they speak directly to one another. It's almost like it's one paper. So I think we'll really be able to enjoy discussing them together. So let me introduce you the first speaker. It's Shelby Judge. And Shelby's a PhD student in English at the University of Glasgow. And she works on feminist and queer theory and contemporary British and American women's fiction. Her thesis topic is exploring contemporary women writers' adaptation of myth for feminist purposes, which is really the title of this session, more or less. So fantastic. So Shelby, over to you.
Amazing. Let's share screen. Can everyone see that okay? Amazing.
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is so exciting to finally be here after so long. I know everyone was saying that, but it's so true. I recently submitted my PhD thesis on contemporary feminist adaptations of Greek myths. I basically spend my time reading novels by female authors that adapt Greek mythology, thinking about the myths they're adapting, how they're adapting them, are there any recurrent themes, techniques, or tropes, and most importantly, how they can be read through feminist lenses. Specifically, I'm interested in how these ancient myths can be utilized and politicized to present commentary on contemporary society, particularly in terms of feminism. One recurring theme in the novels that I research is the female mythical figure writing back against their limited portrayal in classical literature in their newfound voices in these contemporary novels. This phenomenon of women writing back against their previous reductive portrayals can be read in terms of Elaine Showalter's theory of the anxieties of female authorship, derived from Harold Bloom's The Anxiety of Influence. The idea that the anxieties of female authorship stem from the female author's belief that the male dominance of the textual field suggests she should not be writing at all. The anxiety of female authorship was further theorized by Sandra Gilbert and Susan Gubar in The Mad Woman in the Attic, where they ask, what does it mean to be a woman writer in a culture whose fundamental definitions of literary authority are both overtly and covertly patriarchal? Though the female poet does not experience the anxiety of influence in the same way her male counterpart would, The female author's anxiety lies instead in the confrontation of male persecutors in the literary field. This is perfectly summarized by Lindsay Grippo in a piece for Slutmouth, an intersectional feminist magazine, that when writing, women fear they are not good enough. Women, more often than not, doubt they can write at all because the past has not shown them that they can. Most relevantly, Gilbert and Gubar assert that female authorship is a revisionary struggle, as women have to revise the limited portrayal of their gender in male written literature throughout history. Hence, in feminist revisionist myth writing, as the female mythical figure anxiously tries out her voice for the first time, she perhaps echoes the anxiety of the female author writing in fields, literature and classics that are traditionally dominated by upper-class white men. Which brings us to Madeline Miller's Circe, that follows Circe's journey as she labors to learn witchcraft and weaves a rich tapestry of life. The novel is undoubtedly both a popular and feminist novel. Popularity can be a difficult concept to gauge, but whichever way you quantify it, Circe fits the bill. With over 134,000 copies sold worldwide, the novel is an international #1 bestseller. Circe was shortlisted for the Women's Prize for Fiction and has been commissioned by HBO for an 8-part miniseries. It has been met with an overwhelmingly positive response, and Miller's online fan base continues to grow around the world. Circe is also a feminist novel. The eponymous protagonist is oppressed by the patriarchy, embodied by her father Helios. He is the Titan god of the sun, cowed only by Zeus's power, while his daughter is a human-voiced nymph, crouching obediently at his feet. That is, until she rebels and is punished, cast down to earth and imprisoned on Aiaia. The novel follows Circe's journey, of which Odysseus is only one part. In the Odyssey, Circe is only relevant where her story intersects with Odysseus's, namely in Book 10. In Circe, Odysseus is only one fraction of Circe's immortal life. I think the way that Circe as a narrator sort of conceptualizes and theorizes about nymphs is a great example of how the novel uses a mythic framework to engage in feminist discourse. She thinks about how nymphs function in myth is to be mated with, either to explain why something is the way it is today, etiological myths such as Daphne becoming the laurel tree when she flees from Apollo, who is trying to sexually assault her, or to account for the parentage of a certain god or hero. The novel opens with Circe equating the roles of nymphs in myth to that of reductive wives, that is, existing for sexual pleasure, adornment, and motherhood. Quote, least of the lesser goddesses, our powers were so modest they could scarcely ensure our eternities. That word, nymph, paced out the length and breadth of our futures. In our language, it meant not just goddess, but bride. Adornment, even the most beautiful nymph is largely useless, and an ugly one would be nothing, less than nothing. She would never marry or produce children. And general disempowerment. Nymphs were allowed to work only through the power of others. They could expect none for themselves, which is why Circe's magical pharmaca is so subversive. She has claimed a power of her own. And then there's the way that nymphs are used in the narrative to discuss sexual assault. Circe offers her home and hospitality on Aiaia to sailors, and she is raped. During the assault, she narrates, maybe the true surprise, I thought, was that it had not happened sooner. I did not pretend to be mortal. I showed my lambent yellow eyes at every turn. None of it made a difference. I was alone and a woman, and that was all that mattered. Brides, nymphs were called, but that's not really how the world saw us. We were an endless feast laid out upon a table, beautiful and renewing, and so very bad at getting away. That last part echoes Circe's last meeting with Hermes, when he says with a wink, nymphs always do run screaming, but I'll tell you a secret, they are terrible at getting away. Hermes is the wing-sandaled god who also becomes every edgy, devil's advocate man who makes rape jokes ironically and then asks you why you're so sensitive anyway. Hermes is a trickster messenger god who becomes the ironic mouthpiece of hegemonic masculinity in the novel and reinforcing rape culture. As the Wakatao Maori Trust puts it in their rape prevention education, Rape culture exists in a society or environment in which common social beliefs, attitudes, and morals normalize sexual violence, encourage people to associate sex with violence, and minimize the seriousness of sexual violence. Within rape culture, sexual violence is accepted, justified, and not challenged enough by society. So what we're seeing here is Circe's interpretation of the role of nymphs in the world of myth, her world, being used to speak to pervasive rape culture and reductive roles for women in contemporary Western society. Making the case for Circe to be accepted as the archetype of contemporary feminist adaptations of Greek myth is relatively easy when we consider its incredible popularity and undoubtedly feminist content. I must here acknowledge, however, the mythic archetype is a phrase I have borrowed from psychoanalyst Carl Jung. Archetype comes from ancient Greek, meaning original pattern. Jung used the concept of archetype in his theory of the human psyche. He identified 12 universal mythic character archetypes and said that they reside within our collective unconscious. These 12 primary types represent the range of basic human motivations, and each of us tends to have one dominant archetype that dominates our personality. Zeus is the ruler, Aphrodite is the lover, Hermes is, as we've seen, the fool, etc. You get it. I'm nearly done with the psychoanalysis, I promise. In his theory of the collective unconscious, Carl Jung found that psychotherapy patients often described fantasies and dreams which repeated elements from ancient mythology. These elements appeared even in patients who were probably not exposed to the original story. For example, mythology offers many examples of the dual mother narrative, according to which a child has a biological mother and a divine mother. Jung believed that myths and dreams were expressions of the collective unconscious, in that they express core ideas that are a part of the human species as a whole. What if we applied this framework to contemporary feminist adaptations of Greek myth? If Madeline Miller's Circe is the archetype of this literature, we can confidently say that the core ideas of this genre are: one, female mythical figures writing back against their limited portrayal in myth, and two, using ancient myths to narrate experiences of contemporary women. But Miller didn't invent this genre or these key themes within it. Her novel just arguably perfectly encapsulates them. We can trace feminist myth-making back to modernist poets such as H.D. and then to French post-structuralist feminists such as Hélène Cixous, Luce Irigaray, and Julia Kristeva. Or if we had the time, we could trace it all the way back to Euripides' plays that place the feelings and lived experiences of women, Medea, the Trojan women, Helen, front and center. As Natalie Haynes puts it in Pandora's Jar, Euripides is one of the greatest writers of female voices in antiquity and frankly in the history of theatre. And what on earth makes us believe that the Iliad, where Helen is a relatively minor player, is somehow more authentic than Euripides' Helen? If Ovid could see that the stories of Greek myth could be told just as well from women's perspective as men's, how did we forget? If Circe is the epitome of feminist myth-making in contemporary literature, at which novel's grave must Miller's text lay flowers? A paraphrase in which I truly butcher Virginia Woolf's words about Aphra Behn. This question brings me, as so many of my questions do, to Margaret Atwood. In this case, to her 2005 novella for the Canongate Myth series, The Penelopiad. As the title suggests, the novel is a retelling of Homer's Odyssey from Penelope's perspective, how she is left behind in Ithaca for 2 decades, while Odysseus goes to war in Troy and then takes his sweet time getting home. Her story focuses on the struggles of maintaining Ithaca, raising Telemachus, and the problems posed by the suitors. In this novel, we see 1, female characters writing back against their limited portrayals in myth. As Jasmine Richards explains in rereading Penelope's Shroud, Penelope's act was central to the domestic plot of the Odyssey, yet has been largely overlooked in dominant critical approaches to the text. This has changed with more recent feminist classicist scholarship that has convincingly argued the centrality of Penelope and her weaving to the plot of the Odyssey. Richards argues, as do I, but not quite as well, that Penelope's weaving of the textile is Atwood staging and interrogating many of the theoretical problems associated with feminist theories of influence and anxiety. Penelope's material circumstance forces her into creating a textile, text, that can never be complete. Penelope's weaving of the textile becomes a metaphor for her weaving the text, which is, of course, to say her finally telling her own story. In fact, Penelope refers to the project of her telling her side of the events as, "I'll spin a thread of my own." And two, using ancient myths to narrate experiences of contemporary women, such as power imbalances, when Penelope goes from being a package of meat for her husband to gaining physical responsibility during his absence to an uneasy return to subjugation once Odysseus returns, that is, once the patriarchy is restored. Or the theme of motherhood and the preoccupation with the relationship between mothers and sons in the novel. Or the intersection of class and feminism in the novella, where Penelope's privilege is accentuated by the narrative interruptions of the 12 hanged maids, who point out that although Penelope has a rough time of it, she has all the privileges of being a princess, and her story ends with her hopping back into bed with Odysseus, whereas theirs ends with their feet still twitching as they are hanged for a crime, sleeping with the suitors, that they had no agency to commit. Hence, Atwood's The Penelopiad does much of the work of initiating the tone when adapting myths for feminist purposes in the 21st century literature. Of course, the contemporary vogue for feminist revisionist myth writing is built upon the foundational contributions of female modernists and French post-structuralists. To make the case that Circe should be understood as the archetype of this increasingly popular genre, we need to look not only at the texts that influence the production of Circe, but the texts on which Circe has had an influence. It is my contention that Circe has changed the expanding landscape of contemporary women's myth writing, and this is particularly clear when we consider Jennifer Saint's 2021 novel, Ariadne, which can be interpreted as a paraquel of Miller's 2018 novel. Drawing on Margaret Atwood's definition in Dire Cartographies, paraquels are stories that cover the same period of time, unlike prequels that precede a story's events or sequels that follow on, which typically depict the same events from a different perspective. In terms of mythical lineage, Circe is Ariadne's aunt, and they share a relation to Helios, who is Circe's father and Ariadne's grandfather. Hence, the novels are paraquels in that they follow members of the same family, and they both cover some of the same myths. Before considering the content, there is evidence to support this paraquelic interpretation in the titles and front covers of the novels. The title Ariadne mirrors Circe because both novels are named after the protagonist, a previously sidelined woman from a heroic epic. Although Circe is the sole autodiegetic narrator of her novel, while Miller's other novel, The Song of Achilles, features Patroclus as a homodiegetic narrator, Ariadne shares the narrative with her sister Phaedra. Notably, the novel is not called Ariadne and Phaedra because this would not create the same link within the literary ecosystem to Circe. Equally, the hardback cover of Ariadne is dark blue with gold decals, recalling the iconic black and gold aesthetic of Circe's cover. The motif of Ariadne dancing and being cautioned against happiness, lest she invite a god's wrath, are central to Ariadne, but it's foreshadowed in Miller's novel, where, quote, Ariadne's light feet crossed and recrossed the circle. I wanted to say, do not be too happy, it will bring down fire on your head. I said nothing and let her dance. In making the adaptive choice to include the same traits in a characterization of Ariadne, Saint's novel inextricably recalls its award-winning predecessor. This is not to say that Saint is merely imitating Miller's novel. There are a number of significant divergences between the novels. Take Pasiphae, Circe's sister and Ariadne's mother, for example, who in Saint's novel is described as a fragile sunbeam, a furnace of pain, traumatized by the machinations of the gods, whereas in Miller's novel, Pasiphae is a cruel sister and unrepentant for her sacrilegious bestiality, leading to this excellent line, bitch, I fucked the sacred bull, all right? It's so funny. Though the characterization of Pasiphae is different, the poetic language and deliberate word choice that invokes the sun, therefore providing a reminder of the character's titanic heritage, is a replication of the same linguistic methods deployed in Miller's novel. To sum up, in my opinion, it is basically impossible to consider the landscape of contemporary women's writing without at least acknowledging the current popularity of feminist adaptations of Greek myth. Moreover, although this trend is ongoing and we therefore struggle to see the movement as a whole, since we don't have any hindsight on the matter, it's clear that Madeline Miller's 2018 novel Circe is a cornerstone of the genre. Thank you.
Many, many thanks, Shelby. That was so clear and really, really interesting. So I've already got a few questions. But we'll keep them for now, and listen to Sandra straight away. So Sandra, of course, I don't need to introduce to anyone. She's the organizer of this conference, but some words anyway. So Sandra is a lecturer in French studies at the University of Bath. And while writing her PhD at the University of Exeter, she worked on the reception of fictional works by contemporary French women writers. And more recently, she's published her research on Marie Darrieussecq, Julia Kristeva, and others, which I think prepares her very well for this analysis that we are going to hear about now. So over to you, Sandra.
Thank you so much, Godela, and thank you so much, Shelby, for that brilliant presentation. Mine is not going to be as detailed and definitely not going to be as theoretically rich. As you've probably gotten used to me by now, you've got in the chat a link to a Padlet, so you can tell that this is the Padlet sort of conference, but I will share my screen with you because I want to read some stuff off the Padlet, but you can always just, there's links there, and it's mostly sort of links to articles and things like that, so some people might like to go back to them, and yeah, if you're keen to comment, then please feel free to do so. So this is the Padlet, and I'll go through it kind of step by step, but it's mainly just to tell you that the presentation and the sort of the theme and the topic really comes from the love for these novels, and for the love of the myths, and from the love of how they were reinterpreted and rewritten, mainly by women writers, but not exclusively if we look at other forms of artistic creation, which I'm going to come to in a second. So this wasn't my initial PhD research, it wasn't the research that I started with, but it's the research that I sort of stumbled into, and I've kind of dedicated a lot of time and the pleasure of reading. So it's very much research that comes from the love of the novel, and that's probably why it's sort of, it feels like a patchwork, right? And that's basically what this presentation will be very much. It's just bringing some stuff together that I would like to build further links. So it's very much work in progress, but at the moment I feel that everything is work in progress for me. But hopefully one day I'll be able to bring all of this together into much more cohesive and coherent presentation. The other problem is, it's not a problem, but they keep publishing. So we have Electra come out by Jennifer Saint. In September, we're going to have Natalie Haynes's Medusa. So plenty of food for thought. So at one point, we're going to have to stop and just, collect everything that we've got. But you've got here at the top of the Padlet a couple of links that are sort of quite recent, right? So they're from the Times, the Financial Times, and the BBC, and they're specifically about this engouement, right? This sort of the pleasure of reading myths or rewriting of myths mainly by women authors. And why is this trend? Why is it so popular nowadays? It's not a new trend, as Shelby said. We have authors, if we think about Christa Wolf, if we think about Margaret Atwood, if we think about Monique Wittig that I'm going to speak about. So it's not a trend of the 2000s. We can trace it back to sort of the 1970s, at least with Monique Wittig, and probably even further back. But it has sort of garnered more attention nowadays, and definitely much more sort of public appeal and public consumption. So I think that's why probably we want to talk about it more, but it is important to trace back that genealogy. A lot of people in the audience know I'm all about the female genealogies of creation, so it is important not to forget that there are foremothers, that there are other people who've done this before, and to see how is it that they've done it. And one of the people who has done this before is Monique Wittig, and Monique Wittig is somebody that I've worked on before in my PhD, and then I'm fingers crossed working on for the manuscript. But she has worked with myths very often, and with reinterpreting myths, writing them from a female / lesbian perspective. So if you click on this link here, this one here, it should take you to, it will take you to, I don't know if you can still see that, but it'll take you to a bibliography of her novels. And you will see that, for example, Les Guerrières, which was translated exactly the same in French as Les Guerrières, is basically a rewriting of the Iliad. It's a writing of sort of female warriors and fighting. So it is a sort of lesbian rewriting of the Iliad. Le Corps Lesbien, it's a female or a lesbian rewriting of the Song of Songs. And Virgile Non is a feminist slash lesbian or lesbian materialist rewriting of catabatic descents, whether it is sort of Virgil's Aeneid, for example, or Dante's descent into the sort of the underworld. So we see this trend of rewriting it, not just in terms of the themes, but also in terms of the forms, right? The first one, the Opoponax, is the Bildungsroman, written from the point of view of younger girls, kids who become teenagers and they find love for each other. Les Guerrières is the epic poem. Le Corps Lesbien is the Song of Song. We see a rewriting of a dictionary, and we see rewriting of the Catabatic Journey. And if we look at plays, if we have Le Voyage sans fin here, that's actually a rewriting of the Don Quixote story from a feminist perspective. So it's not just in the themes, but also in the form. And I think that that's important, and Shelby will probably be able to say much more about it from Circe's perspective, but Madeleine Mira is sort of, reclaiming that lyrical, poetic language that we might be used to from the Odyssey or the Iliad, but reclaiming it in this sort of feminist retelling. But if we look at Monique Wittig here, this is Le Opoponax. It's a 1964 novel, the first novel that she writes, and it wins all the awards, and it really it takes the French literary market by surprise, and it sets her as kind of, the future of the nouveau roman in France. She then distances herself from that. But it's the story of girls, as I said, is the story of kids, and it's spoken from the point of view of children, and later on they become teenagers. But what they understand very soon in the novel, these kids, is that everything we know about Ulysses' characters, the Trojan War, the adventures and returns, come from people who tell their stories while sitting down at the table of their hosts. So these kids understand early on that knowledge and knowledge production is actually just storytelling. And this is really the sort of the theme of my presentation, the sort of, if there could be a theme, but the kind of the thread that goes through it is this idea of knowledge production. And where do we get knowledge? How do we acquire knowledge? Is it just rational? Is it just from the head? Can we use the senses? Can we use the body? And who has access to knowledge? Who has access to produce it? Who is listened to? And everything that has to do with that creation of logos. And the kids in Le Opoponax, early on, they realize that actually it's arbitrary. What we know is from stories. And that's something that came up yesterday, who has the access to write history and what histories we listen to. And it's important to understand that everything that we know is a story. And as such, we can undo it as a story. We can undo it using literary tools, whether it is what we think, it's factual history, it's still somebody telling a story. And in the kids in the novel, in their innocence, they realize early on that this is arbitrary and that, we can challenge the knowledge that we have. And this is important when we think about myths and foundational myths, whether they're Greek or Roman, whether they're Christian myths, that actually they are stories, but they are stories that have influenced Western civilization in particular. And this is one of the big caveats of my presentation. It is very much focused on Greek myth or Greek or Roman myth, and Christian myth as well. So it really has a massive, massive blind spot to everything that is not sort of Western or Occidental. And I think that that's probably a blind spot that these articles here at the top have as well, with the exception of the one from the FT, the Financial Times, because that one does talk about South Asian myths as well. So it is something that we probably might want to sort of turn ourselves towards as well, and see how we read, understand, and reinterpret those myths as well. Now, two books that have helped me in understanding the image of Medusa, which I'm going to focus on in a second, are Natalie Haynes's Pandora's Jar. And as a sort of true teacher, you can't get the teacher out of the girl. I always have props, so I have them here with me. And here on the right, you've got a brief sort of, let's say, biography of Medusa, but I think that everybody knows more or less everything there is to know about her. But what I'm interested in is this idea that actually Perseus, in order to do what he does to Medusa and to escape her, he needs the assistance of many gods. Medusa is on her own with her two sisters, the Gorgons, but Perseus needs so much help to kill and escape her. So in the words of Natalie Haynes, I'm just going to click on this one, and you'll have the notes here. It is interesting to note just how much assistance Perseus requires to help him decapitate Medusa. Two Olympian gods help him reach the Graiites, so the Gorgons, the three sisters, and that's Hermes and Athena, who help him find the nymphs, who equip him with winged shoes, a fancy backpack, and a hat which bestows invisibility. And yet, most of this equipment is for the getaway, when he needs to escape from Medusa's sisters. Medusa herself doesn't put up a fight, because Perseus decapitates her when she's asleep. It is not a very heroic act. So this big hero of Greco-Roman myth, Perseus, has to kill a woman, a monster, a Gorgon, whilst she sleeps. Right, so it really challenges that image that we have of the Greek hero, who actually ends up having to do a cowardly act, which is, in all of our stories of heroes, you never kill somebody when they're asleep or behind their back or that sort of thing, and he has to do that, and also he needs a tremendous amount of help to be able to escape. And that's something really important to remember about Medusa as a person, because she's the only human, she's the only mortal out of the three Gorgons, but also about her stance regarding life, her experience, and her relationship to Perseus. And it's something I think to bear in mind as soon as Natalie Haynes' book comes out, which you have here on the right, Stone Blind, which I think is a fantastic title. So that's job for us for September 2022, to read that book and to see how Haynes adapts into fiction this idea of the heroic or the non-heroic act. Now, another book that was really important for understanding a bit more about Medusa and understanding more about her depiction in art was Catherine McCormack's Women in the Picture, Women, Art and the Power of Looking. And in chapter 4, she talks about monstrous women, and obviously Medusa takes a big part of that. And you will see in a second that this becomes very important for my reading of Monique Wittig's rewriting of the Medusa figure. Because what Catherine McCormack does is she reminds us actually of the North African heritage. Because if we think about some of the visual depictions that we have of Medusa, she's very much sort of a white woman. We don't necessarily think that much about where she's from. But actually in the versions of the myth, she's not Greek, she's Libyan. So she's not, she's an outsider to the Greeks. In Catherine McCormack's words, with her North African heritage, the face and body of Medusa also represent the foreigner from the xenophobic Greeks that the xenophobic Greeks could not tolerate. Hesiod writes in the Theogony that Medusa came from beyond the Oceanus River, which ran around the border of the Greek world, and Herodotus says specifically that she was Libyan. Recovering Medusa's African heritage introduces another way of seeing female monstrosity, because the defiled body of the once deified Medusa can also be read as the defiled body of the colonized woman. Her snaky hair, a cipher for the curly African locks that became the symbolic antithesis of smooth, civilized European hair. Medusa can be read, in other words, as the unmanageable Black woman who has been suppressed and marginalized. And of course, there's a typo in there, there's an N missing. So this really opens up a new discussion if we think about all of the new debates about the politics of hair, for example, at the moment. And this makes me think of Daria's paper today on Americana, where we have a lot of sort of explanations and understanding of the politics of hair. Actually, Medusa can become a figure to help us understand that, because Medusa is not Greek, and it can also help us to think about that blind spot that we have when we think about myth. We think about them as universal, but actually they're very much Greco-Roman, they're very much Western, they're very much Occidental, so there's loads of stuff that they leave out. So these are the two things that have helped me think about the Medusa figure. And now I'm going to focus on Medusa as she is depicted in Monique Wittig's Les Guerrières. You've got here below the published translation by David Levay, so you can have a look at it. While I open up this document, and this is one, as people who know me, this is one of my favorite, absolute favorite sections from Monique Wittig's Les Guerrières. And the reason why it's my favorite one is because every time I read it, I find out new things, and I have read it many, many times. So it's from this novel published in 1969. So if you think about the date, is right it's after May 68 in France, but right before the powerful start of the second wave of feminism in France. It's a short paragraph. You've got the French version here for those of you who understand it, and I'll really quickly read the English version, which is my translation, so not the more literary one by David LaVey. So the legend told by Sophie Ménade takes place in an orchard with trees of all colors. A naked woman walks there. Her beautiful body is black and sparkling. Her hair is made up of fine, moving snakes that produce a music at every one of her movements. That was the advisory, or the hortative hair. It's called that because it speaks through the mouth of its 100,000 snakes with the woman. Orpheus, the woman's favorite snake, keeps advising her to eat the fruit belonging to the tree in the middle of the garden. The woman tastes the fruits on each tree, asking Orpheus how she will recognize the right one. He tells her that it is the sparkling one, that just by looking at it, she will have joy in her heart. Or she tells her that when she eats the fruit, she will grow. She will become taller. Her feet will not leave the ground, but her forehead will touch the stars, and she will have the knowledge. And him, Orpheus, and the 100,000 snakes of her hair will stretch to each side of her face like a shining crown. Her eyes will become as pale as moons. She will have the knowledge. So this is, obviously, it's not just a Medusa figure. It's very much a syncretism between the Medusa figure and the Eve figure. We know that we're in some form of Garden of Eden, a prelepsarian environment, this orchard with trees of all colors and everything that's beautiful. But what we have here is a naked woman who walks there. So that is a woman on her own, and she is not accompanied. So she's not accompanied by a man, but also she is not looked upon by a man. So she is in charge of her environment, she is in charge of her movement, but she's also in charge of her representation. There's nobody gazing upon her to then paint another representation of her. Now, her beautiful body is black and sparkling. Now, until I read Catherine McCormack's interpretation of Medusa, I always thought that Wittig, with this beautiful body, was making this beautiful black body, was making us think of what scientists call mitochondrial Eve. So the mother of the entire earth, which scientifically we know originates somewhere in Eastern Africa, most probably Ethiopia. So that would be the kind of the original scientific mitochondrial Eve that is all, scientifically speaking, she's the mother of everybody. But actually, now we can read this beautiful black and sparkling body both as mitochondrial Eve, but also as Medusa being Libyan, being non-Greek, coming from beyond the river, from beyond the borders to the Greek world. So there's a completely new reading that we can put on Medusa now. You also see that there's a sort of a mix between Medusa and Orpheus. So Orpheus no longer has his own myth here, but he's part of this hortative, this advisory hair, this sort of, the headdress that she has. But the snakes no longer instill fear. They're no longer dangerous, and they're definitely not that image that Freud put it into our heads of the vagina dentata. So there is no fear of castration here, right? They create music, they create this environment, they speak to her, they advise her. So there's no longer that fear of castration or even just fear of snakes, for example. But what becomes even more important is this access to knowledge. And this is really important for the themes that we were talking about, who produces knowledge. Eating the forbidden fruit is no longer a problem. She will not fall from this orchard of trees. She will not be exiled to earth. She will stay there, and what will happen to her? She will grow, she'll become taller, her feet will not leave the ground, but her forehead will touch the stars. So we have this, she will very much remain anchored on earth, but she will have that sort of access to celestial knowledge, to everything, to everything that we need to know. So we have this duality of staying on earth, but also having access to something that we might think is superior, as sort of a higher form of knowledge. So this is a completely new understanding of knowledge. It doesn't come with punishment. It comes with reward, and it comes with growth. And where we see this mise en abîme even more is in the fact that this is a story, right? This is storytelling. Sophie Ménade tells the story to the girls and the guerrières around her. Now, if we think about the word Sophie Ménade, Sophia means wisdom in Greek. And Menad, the Menads, were the sort of the Bachantes, were the sort of the ladies that accompanied Dionysus on his peregrination. So they were very much, into drinking, having a good time, dancing, very much into exploring the body. So what we have here is knowledge acquired through wisdom, through the head, but also through the body, right? She grows, she reaches the stars, that celestial knowledge, but she's very much anchored on Earth. She's very much anchored in what's happening. So we no longer have the Cartesian duality, mind, body, but we have knowledge, storytelling, and freedom produced by the mind and body working together, which are embedded and mise en abîme by the name of Sophie Benad and by the syncretism between the Eve and the Medusa figure. So this is why this section is probably one of my favorite ones, and I can dwell on it so much more, but it really shows how some of the new readings can help us cast a new light on this section, and I really hope that Natalie Haynes's book can do something similar. Now, if we go a bit down in the presentation, you will see some of these sort of more popular images that you might be familiar with. And really the project that I have in mind, this sort of work in progress project, is very much not just focused on the novel, but bringing in the novel, bringing in poetry as well. If we think about Nikita Gill's recent collection of poems, Great Goddesses, and also bringing in all of the visual arts. So we might have some of these the images that if we think about Benvenuto Cellini. We then have this image of Trump and Hillary Clinton and the violence that that image carries. So the importance of women in power, and how that is being reutilized and exploited, and the violence of this image. We obviously have Caravaggio's Medusa, which we're probably the most familiar with, and I'll come back to that in a second. But we also have this one, which is Luciano Garbati's picture of Medusa, and it's a complete reversal. And this was a sculpture that Luciano Garbati, who's an Italian-Argentine sculptor, did in 2008, and it sort of started, trying to sort of gather more following and much more attention during the Me Too movement and during the Me Too trials. And it was actually set in New York, just outside, opposite the courtroom where the trials were happening. Now, if we look, there's plenty to analyze, but obviously don't have the time here. But if we look at the head, I can tell you that it's very much the head of Luciano Garbati. So there's a very high similarity between the head of Perseus in this sculpture and the artist himself. And that already makes us think of another myth, which is Pygmalion and Galatea. Galatea being that ideal sculpture that Pygmalion brings to life. And we also go back to Madeline Miller here, because she has written a short story on Galatea. I'm very conscious of the time, so actually I think I'll just go through a couple of more points on Medusa and keep my notes on Circe and the Silence of the Girls and Briseis maybe for the Q&A. But I wanted to go sort of look at this image of Caravaggio with Medusa, in horror, there's blood, her mouth is open. And I really want to focus on this opening of the mouth. And it was really Anca Purvulescu's work on laughter that has helped me maybe shed a much more optimistic light on Medusa and on her petrified figure. So she talks about Le Rire de la Méduse, the essay published by Hélène Cixous in 1975. And at the end of her chapter on laughter, she says, Cixous brings laughter to Medusa's story in order to remind us of the crack in the stone. Medusa laughs at the moment when she turns herself to stone, and this laugh leaves a permanent crack in the stone that she becomes. We are asked to listen carefully. Perhaps the stone still resonates with laughter. And if we read that in conjunction with Natalie Haynes's, she doesn't fight back. She's there. Why doesn't she fight back? Because her story resonates. Her story continues. Yes, okay, Perseus is the hero, but if we listen carefully, that stone still resonates with laughter. There's still stories that are being heard through that gap because she's not fully petrified. If there is a gap, that means that there's something coming through it, right? Air, laughter, words. So there's a certain optimism to Anca Purvulescu's reading here, which I think, helps us understand the effort that Madeline Miller does, but also Jennifer Saint and Natalie Haynes as well. There's something coming through that gap that we can still think about and pay attention to. Now, as I said, there's more popular images here, and there's more here on Circe and on this idea of knowledge and will and also on the power of words in The Silence of the Girls by Pat Baker, which still remains my favorite book of 2018. But I'm going to go back to Les Guerrières, to Monique Wittig's text. And as the guerrières, these women talk to each other and they sort of try to build a new world, they tell to each other, il y a eu un temps où tu n'as pas été esclave. Souviens-toi, ou à défaut, invente. So there was a time when you weren't a slave. Remember. And if you can't remember, if there's no option of remembering, invent. There is something hopeful and powerful in telling stories in fiction. If you can't remember a time when you weren't a slave, imagine it, because imagining it, inventing it will help you, create it in your head, and it could help you make it real in real life. And this brings me to another author that I work on, which is Marie Darrieussecq. And in an interview with Jeannette Godet, she says, aujourd'hui, une femme sorcière, c'est une femme qui écrit. Thinking, but today, a sorceress or a witch, a sorceress, is a woman who writes. And I would go as far as suggesting that a sorceress is a woman who reads as well. So there is something in the power of imagining, of writing, that gives us hope. And there's here a quotation by Marina Warner, who puts it much, much better than me. But I think I've spoken for enough here, and I'll stop now and open the floor to questions. Thank you so much.
I'll have to step in to ask if Godela has managed to get back in. She was disconnected, and she tried to, I admitted her a few times, but she's emailed me, but a few seconds ago, it seemed as if she was back in. Godela, are you around? Probably not. It looks as if she should be.
I can see her in the chat. Or it might be that her connection is dropping.
Yeah. Okay, I will take over as chair. Thank you very much for two wonderful papers, which are very very perfectly, seamlessly connected to one another, and bring back lots of things we've heard during these 2 days, and also Serena Todesco's keynote yesterday with an example of Italian rewriting of myths. So I see lots of hands already raised, so I'm not sure in which order you raised your hand, but what I'll do, I'll call you in the way you come up on the screen. So we start.
I'm the last one, so don't worry.
The last one, yeah. Okay. So who was the first? Then you tell me who was first.
Daria.
Daria, you go.
For me, it's the same, really. I can wait. If also Loya, you want to. Okay.
No, but let's try and the time is running out, so let's try and keep our questions concise.
Yes,
please.
Okay, thank you, Shelby and Sandra, because there were beautiful presentation, and I just want to ask you, both of you, a question about the use of mythological figures in a mainstream media discourse in contemporary society, because in the Shelby presentation was clear to me that you speak about the comparison between a mythological idea of women and the behavior of contemporary women in contemporary society. So I just would like to know if it is right, or what do you think about the idea that the comparison between mythological figures, women, and contemporary women's behavior, in a mainstream media discourse is manipulated sometimes to justify unrational behaviors, such as murdering of own children. Sometimes is like we in popular discourse, we know that part of mythological reality only when we need to justify bad behavior, bad women behavior. What do you think about that? Because it's like manipulation of a behavior, but we have to justify, society need to justify that transracial behavior throughout the lens of myths. So just what do you think about that?
Well, it's a really interesting question. I think it's really interesting the way that myth can be used in media. And I think that Sandra used one of the most prescient examples, which is the way that Trump fans on the internet were posting pictures of Perseus beheading Medusa and suggesting that Hillary Clinton should be beheaded for her crimes, perceived crimes, that we should just behead this woman. And as you so excellently pointed out, that the Medusa, the inversed statue was then used for Me Too trials. And I think that the really important difference in those two statues is that Perseus is holding up Medusa's head because he is accentuating his heroism, whereas Medusa just looks so tired, right? She's holding his head, she's got the sword, she just looks tired. And I think that's a really good one. I mean, another example, very quickly, another example is that I'm seeing a lot of monstrous, not necessarily Greek myth, but a lot of monstrous terms being used for Amber Heard, right? Like hag and gargoyle and snake-haired. So again, we're seeing these monstrous women being used by misogynist people in the media, and yet we also have this countercultural, which somehow is becoming more cultural because of the sheer popularity of these retellings. We're seeing women reclaim these monstrous women, and we're seeing these mythical women being used particularly to access the zeitgeist of Me Too. And I had a mock Viva yesterday because my Viva's coming up, and I talked in that about, mostly unprompted, I just started talking about this, how the image of Ariadne on Naxos having been abandoned by Theseus, knowing that he's sailing back to Athens to tell his version of the story to everyone in civilization, whereas she's alone on this island, having been wronged and having no one to tell her side of the story to, is the perfect metaphor really for the ideas of voice and voicelessness and whose story gets told with Me Too. And I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I think I asked the both of you if Sandra want to reply. Thank you, Shelby. It was great. Thank you.
I don't think I've got much more to add to Shelby's fantastic answer, but it is true that we use, and whether we have Freud to thank for this or not, thank, I use it in inverted commas if we think about this irrational, hysteric behavior, the sort of the image of the vagina dentata. But it is, and Milena and I went to a talk recently by Jennifer Saint, and she's just brought out a lecture which is on the pile to read. And I think it's interesting that now what we start seeing is some of the more intricate characters, maybe the one that we're not quite as straightforward, Clytemnestra, sort of, okay, what motivated her to do what she did, and the one that I would have liked to see, for example, and I'm still hoping that Madeleine Miller, I don't know what she's planning next, but I'm hoping that she'll bring out a Medea, because knowing, what pushes a woman to kill her children, what is it, how would she explore that? So I think that bringing more nuance to some of the irrational behavior would maybe open up discussions even more. But you're absolutely right with the image of the hysteric is probably the one that comes to mind first. And unfortunately, it's so anchored in interpretations, in psychoanalytic interpretations, that we probably still have quite a lot of work to do to deconstruct that image. And I'm not saying that it's not useful, but it can't take us all the way, just to see how far can it take us, and when is it that we need to, turn around a bit and see what is it that we're missing.
Okay, thank you very much. Shall we move on to Orshi?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the amazing papers. I have a question for Shelby and a question for Sandra. So I will ask them, both of them, and then you will answer. So So to Shelby, I remember that part of the novel when Circe as the witch is described doing witchcraft by revealing the true nature of beings. So that's her magic or her superpower. And I wanted to ask you if you see a connection between this power of the witch, the first witch actually in history or mythology, and the action, what you described as writing back against like the dominant narrative. That would be my question. And to Sandra, I have first a quick comment, because one of the favorite depictions of Medusa I know is this Burne-Jones painting, which calls The Baleful Head. So I think it's a really good representation of how men somehow just implement misogyny into other women. So it's like very, very sensually represented how the head of the dead head of Medusa is shown through a mirror, and you can see this scared expression on the other woman's face. So that's just like adding to your Padlet it's called, yeah. Yeah, and my question is about that you have said that this author also focuses on the lesbian relationships or the lesbian perspective. And I think it's quite a thing in feminist literature, relationships between women, because in other sort of writing, women are always represented in relations to men. So they are wives or daughters or mistresses or whatever. And I think it's, if you could talk a little bit about that, what is the meaning or what is the significance of the relationships between women in this context?
Could I go first?
Yes, sure, yes.
Okay, I'll try and answer really quickly. I think Circe's pharmaca is such an interesting motif when we think about empowerment, because it's a very literal form of empowerment. Like, she literally finds power, and it's no coincidence that she finds it from the ground. She finds it from nature. She finds a small trodden on flower and finds power in nature. And I think that's it does an interesting job of tapping into the long traditions of women being equated with wilderness and finding their power in nature. And yeah, she's basically the first woman who runs off into the wild and becomes a forest witch, which is great. I also think there's something so important about the rustic nature of her power versus, say, the Titan and Olympian sort of civilized power. And they're some of the threads that I think are really important to pull upon.
Okay, Sandra?
Thank you so much. I've written down the visual representation, because as I said, the Padlet is ever growing and ever expansive. So I'm putting that on. Yes, I mean, for Monique Wittig, obviously the lesbian, her being a sort of a lesbian materialist in terms of the theory that she's coming from, it's really important. And it's probably done for her reception. It's probably done good as well as bad, in the sense that it was a sort of a double-edged sword for the way that she was seen, at least in the 70s. There's a new wave of reception of Monique Wittig's work in the Anglo-Saxon world as well as in the Italian world, for example. So that we see that coming back. But we definitely see relationships between women, and for Wittig, we see them as, as loving relationships, as the relationship of the couple. So in Le Corps Lesbien, she's got this beautiful rewriting of the Isis and Osiris myth, so the Egyptian myth, where the partners, so there's two women partners, and one of them puts together the shattered body of the partner, the female body of the partner, and literally breathes life into it. So she says, your body was scattered around, I have brought it back in, and I proclaim the interdiction that you are dead. So that takes us back to that idea of at the beginning was the word, in the sense that through the power of the word, she gives life, she breathes life into her partner. And it completely changes that idea that the word is masculine, or what one of her critics calls the word as spermatic. It is not, because it's a woman's word that brings back life, that literally physically breathes life into her. And if we're thinking about more of a, say, friendship relationship, the quotation that I selected from Circe for the Padlet is from the very end, because the relationship that I really like the relationship between Circe and Daedalus, I have to say, in the book. But the one that I'm really interested in is the one between her and Penelope, because at the end, Penelope becomes the witch, right? And it is just through her simple power of will. And that's what Circe tells us. It's just will, it's just work. And all of the men are out of, whilst Telemachus is still there and Telegonus, they are still alive, but they're not in this equation. Odysseus is dead, he's not part of this. Telegonus is gone, he's doing his own stuff. Telemachus is marrying Circe, but it's between them. This passing on of knowledge, of will, it's just between women. And that is a relationship that's probably hasn't been explored as much, because it's different than friendship, right? Because they have so much to sort of pit them against each other. And yet they find this, that they pass on the island, they pass on the knowledge of the witchcraft. So I'm fascinated by that relationship.
Thank you. Yeah, I also really like that part, and especially the part when they wave together. It's really like so touching, so touching.
Okay, can we move on? Is it Marie-Lise now? Please, Marie-Lise. Unmute yourself.
I think it's Serena's turn.
That doesn't matter, you go.
All right, well, just 2 quick remarks, because I'm aware that we're running out of time. Well, thanks a lot to Shelby and Sandra for their illuminating presentations. I really liked, Shelby, the way you mentioned the Penelopead, which is a rather neglected work, and which is so powerful, with this focus on the slaughter of the servants. Right, and what you said about the social discrepancy, and well, it's a brilliant illustration of what American feminists term the voice of the shuttle. This is what you explained, in other words, with the connection between text and textile. Now, as for Sandra, I'm just curious, well, among all the things that you said and analyzed, about that book on laughter by Anca Pavlescu. Just curious about this book. Is it focused on myth, or does it address laughter in other fields?
So it's a book on laughter exclusively, on humor, and I read it a while ago when I was working on humor. And there's a lot of focus on psychoanalysis, her being an sort of an expert on the interlink between humor and psychoanalysis. But she has a chapter on feminism and humor, and that's when she obviously looks at le rire de la Méduse, Medusa's laughter by Cixous, and that quotation is from that chapter. But the book itself deals with humor and representations of humor, and it's wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Serena.
Okay, very, very quickly. I'm thinking that we're discussing for 2 days about readership, and these authors seem to me, as Sandra, I think, hinted at, that they're all reclaiming themselves, first of all, as readers of classics, of classic mythology. And I'm thinking of younger readership, because at least in Italy, the frequent target of rewriting of mythology regards children. So collection of stories where myths are retold. I know it because I have a 10-year-old daughter, so that's why. The way that she reads myths and the way that she questions them pushes me constantly to interrogate myself whether the reading for change that Jill Rai taught us about could really happen if we radically point and focus all our attention and our scholarly energies on analyzing how children and younger people can read and reinvent these myths for us and for future generations. So this is pretty much for both of you. It's a question for both of you.
I'll jump in very quickly. YA literature is doing some of the most, it has always been doing the most exciting things when it comes to rewriting myth and altering myth and changing it and really unpicking the bits that they find most interesting. But it's funny that you said that these rewriters position themselves as readers of myth, because just yesterday there was a bit of a scandal on what we call classics Twitter, because this new YA book has come out called Songs We Sing to the Sea, and it's about Melantho, one of Penelope's maids. But the author did a interview where she said that she hadn't read the Odyssey. She didn't think that it was important to have read the Odyssey because she got everything that she needed from the Percy Jackson series. And she also said she said that there was very little point to reading it. And then she said that she felt that she was doing something very new, because YA authors don't ever write about myth. And I mean, I feel quite bad for her because it came off as quite uninformed, but it led to some really interesting discussions about the privileging of perspectives and who gets to just wander in and get a book published with a major publisher with all of the accolades and promotions, and who has to, and what people have to work really, really hard to prove that they're experts on myth before they're even allowed to comment on it. And there's a lot of race and class at play in who is allowed to do reception, basically. And yeah, I just wanted to share that because I think it's a really interesting thing, because I would also say that people who write these retellings are positioning themselves as readers, but there are some people who don't see that as a necessary step.
Absolutely. And I don't know, I'm going to have to follow up on this. I'm not big on the Twitter net, but I have a lot of classics friends, and I know that sort of reception in classics, it's kind of, sort of a bit like the popular novel for literature. It's sort of, they're not always looking, the sort of hardcore classicists are not necessarily always looking with the best eyes on reception. But there is, and this is a problem that I wouldn't say a problem, but a challenge that I've picked up with Wittig as well. And Marie-Lise here can sort of maybe help out a bit with the French school system. But my understanding is, and sort of the percentages that I've seen, is that studying Latin in the French school system is quite elitist, as in people, kids who might be thinking of going, I don't know, to become lawyers, or, who sort of have a certain family background or a certain level of education. So Latin isn't necessarily the choice for everybody. It's seen as a difficult subject, or maybe parents push their kids to study it as a way of, of showing something. And that's some of a challenge that I had with Wittig, because she was very much not that, she was very much not that. She doesn't have that family background. She did do, she went to the Sorbonne to do higher education, and she wrote a PhD thesis on Nathalie Sarraute, but she didn't have that sort of more elitist background that sort of comes with maybe knowledge of Latin and Greco-Roman myth. And was it 2 years ago, Shelby, that we had that debate here about sort of opening up access to classics, and again, the Twitter sphere exploded about why people need to learn and all of that. So there is this bit of the elitism of the classics that I'm still struggling a bit. But I hope that maybe people like Mary Beard and others can sort of do more to sort of bring it into the mainstream here, if not in France or somewhere else.
Okay, thank you very much. Obviously, the writers are doing a lot to popularize classical myths, so we are probably on the right way, in the right direction. So we'll have to stop now. We still have a bit of time to cover, but I'd like to ask Shelby, who is scheduled to do a bit of a summary of today, whether you need a break, a few minutes to put your thoughts together, or can we move straight into the next part?
No, I'm ready with my conclusion.
Okay, so if everybody's happy, we move in directly. Is that all right? Yes. So Sandra, would you like to take over from me to kind of orchestrate this bit, or what would you like to do?
Go for it. We're doing really well as we are.
We do it together then.
Yeah.
Okay. So Shelby, the floor to you again. Thank you.
Okay, so I've had the really fun experience today of making comments, making some notes throughout the day so that I could draw together some concluding remarks. So we opened the day with a panel on the middle brow, intersectionality, and the global novel, which had a truly global scope, and to me clearly came under the purview of comparative literature, which opens up discussions about the connections between disciplines. We saw papers on the features of the literature of Francophone women who migrate to Australia, how the literature of Isabella Allende shines a light on topics such as modern day slavery and FGM and the rape crisis in the US, as Allende proposes common advocacy for women across the globe, and how intersectionality can be used as a method of textual analysis to access the plurality of Black womanhood in Americana by Achidi. Discussions after the paper focused on global and personal identities, intersectional approaches to feminist texts, and the tropes of romance, race, and nationality in the literature discussed. In the speculative fiction panel, we were lucky enough to hear 2 papers on Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale. Marie-Lise's paper was on freedom and the Canadian border in The Handmaid's Tale, and how we read Atwood's Ustopia and the Foucauldian utopia in the novel. The paper offered a metatextual, multi-layered reading of different adaptations of the novel, including the TV show, the graphic novel, and productions for the stage. Francesca's paper explored the connections between gender-based violence and persecution in The Handmaid's Tale and present-day society, with a particular focus on the USA and Italy. The paper brought in the Luna Nera as a point of comparison, since both fictions present an ultra-surveillance society where women are controlled by patriarchies. Both papers drew on the way that activists have utilized the iconography of The Handmaid's Tale to protest the stripping of reproductive rights and the lack of governmental intervention in gender-based violence. The Q&A offered the opportunity to discuss the stratification within the reception of Atwood's novel, how they are at once banned, praised, and co-opted in the service of conservative, liberal, and artistic motives, and the continued prescience of the text, particularly in the context of reversing Roe v. Wade. The truly excellent keynote afforded us an incredible insight into the writing practices of French novelist Martin-Lugand, and side-by-side readings in English and French from excerpts of her novels. We got to think through women's writing as praxis and empowerment. And finally, the papers in the panel Rewriting Ancient Myth took deep dives into 2 mythical figures from this growing, proliferating genre. My paper looked at Circe as retold by Madeline Miller and how nymphs are used in the text to speak to pervasive rape culture and reductive roles for women in contemporary society. My paper placed the text in the wider context of the genre, particularly in relation to Atwood's Penelopiad and Saint's Ariadne. Sandra's paper took a multitextual approach to look at representations of the monstrous Medusa from the 1970s post-structuralist feminism to Natalie Haynes's forthcoming retelling Stone Blind. Sandra read race back into the myth of Medusa and the connections between monstrous mythical women and Eve in Genesis. And yeah, that's pretty much it for me. I thought it would be quite useful just to recap the day, to really look at the threads that have come out in panels that might not seem so connected, but absolutely were.
Thank you very much, Shelby. That was very, very useful, very informative, and very, you did a great job bringing together so many things. So I would like to ask if anybody wants to respond or add to what Shelby just said, even if you have a question that you would have liked to ask and you didn't have an opportunity to do so earlier on, please come forward now. And then maybe Sandra and I can say a few things. Anybody would like to add anything?
I think Orshi's got her hand up.
Orshi, okay. Orshi.
Yeah, thank you. Just a thing I would like to say that I'm really so grateful for this conference and especially the discussions, and thanks for creating such an atmosphere where everyone was really like comfortable with sharing and discussing. And I think that's really, really valuable and much appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you to you all for being here. Are there any more raised hands that I cannot see? No. Sandra, is it all right if I say a couple of things?
Yes, go for it.
It's just something that has struck me, or that we can try and kind of focus on in these last minutes. It's something that came up, and I've thought about myself, is that we all know that this narrative that we have explored during these 2 days places a lot of importance on storytelling. That's a fact at the base of this, because that is true. It is through plot storytelling that we attract readers, that readers are drawn into reading. And this has chimed for me in something that came through in the discussion with Daria, because Daria talked about the language, the experiments that are behind Americana with language, the incorporation of an African language, and also the experiment with narrative structure of Adichie. I had a question for Sandra, but I didn't ask it because we were out of time, but it links in with this, and also with what I said in response to Daria's when I compared Americana with Evaristo's novel in terms of linguistic experiment. So what has struck me here is that there is a lot of experimentation and reflection on language practices of writing that are hidden to us. And that these writers actually take a long time to find a structure, a style, and a writing, a way of writing that becomes easy on our ears, on our mind, so we can read. So, but that does not mean that it is not elaborated and it is naive from a stylistic and narrative structure point of view. So one of the things that I did want to ask Sandra was the fact that, and actually Shelby as well, in particular, I have a recall of Wittig's work, which was highly experimental. Now, I have not read Le Guerrigliere, but I remember I have some of her texts in in English, which I read or tried to read when I was doing my PhD in English literature on a writer that was considered the English equivalent of Robert Grillet as a nouveau romancier. So I remember that I found it really hard to read, and there was definitely not a pleasure, the pleasure of reading. And so I'd like to link this particular, it's more a reflection, but I'd like to hear what you have to say about that. The fact that actually it has not been mentioned today that myth was explored by the great feminists of philosophy of difference. Irigaray, Caballero, Muraro, they all wrote about female characters of mythology and gave them voice, but in a theoretical way, obviously. So those were probably things that were happening at the same time as the early books that you mentioned were published by Christa Wolf, by Wittig. So basically, what's happened, do you think? First of all, I think that a main element is that we read this story and we can gain pleasure which is a big difference with what Le Lyre de la Méduse is not a text for people to read. But reading Medusa in the books that you read, we take great pleasure in reading, in the experience also that we discussed with Agnès Martin-Lugand earlier on. So there is, all these things. And are these writers aware of the research and the critique of certain representation of women in myths, in tragedies, in Greek tragedies, all that? And how come all this has come together? There's been a critical mass of knowledge, thinking that has come to fruition in the last, is it 10 years, or that has brought all this back on now? And so one other thing that I'd like to say is something that was taken up by Serena and has come up probably in Daria's, I can't remember now, Daria's, but also in Francesca's and lots and lots of papers, the ethical responsibility of us as academics, what we have to do to help out what's happening now in the literary field of this middle-brow novel, and our responsibility also, our role in trying to exactly break these dichotomies, highbrow, lowbrow, and well, middlebrow is the attempt to break through these dichotomies. I'm sorry if I've taken quite a bit of time to say this. I don't know if anybody could chip in if they want.
I was just
Shelby.
I was just saying. I think that thing about the pleasure of reading is something that I think about a lot, both on a sort of personal and a theoretical level, because in terms of studying adaptations, there's a lot of thought on the matter that the reason why adaptations are so pleasurable is because there is something so familiar there. You know what's going to happen, but there is also a difference. So you're seeing a change in that, and that there is something about that almost uncanny experience of reading an adaptation of myth that really contributes to the pleasure. And it's something that I have been thinking about, especially since I have submitted my PhD, and now I'm having a bit of sort of look back on the experience. And I feel like a lot of people who study literature for their PhD, by the end of it, they're quite sick of the sight of their topic, but I haven't got that yet. I think that I've chosen a topic that is so pleasurable to read that it does a really good job of fighting that. And as Sandra alluded to, there are so many more books coming out, and the to read pile is always growing. And rather than that being quite a daunting thing, it's always quite exciting because everyone has the potential to make my entire thesis incorrect. And I think that's a really exciting thing. And in terms of, this thread of the middle brow that we've been talking about a lot over the past couple of days, I think that these adaptations of Greek myth do a great job of that, because they take something that's so highbrow, right? Like Greek myths are considered so, like they have such a unique pedestal that they're on in terms of culture. And then they're like, well, what if we really mess with that and muddy that? And then we get lines, which any time that I get the chance to quote this line, believe me, I do. The line from Circe, bitch, I fucked the sacred bull, all right? That is the perfect way to challenge that cultural authority. And that's something that I think about a lot.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to chip in?
That's a brilliant line. Just in a novel that is so, so lyrical, it's just sort of, it's so rich. And yeah. I mean,
no, Adalgisa, if I can say just something very quickly about the two aspects of the last part of your observations, when you were mentioning first the philosophers of feminism of difference that took upon the myths, and then how contemporary writers reuse that. Well, I think that in the fracture between these different generations also of feminists who have learned to reread, there is your answer, and there's the beginning of the critical point there. Because if we can sew back the fractures, I was talking about genealogy yesterday, and today Sandra and others again mentioned the term. If we can sew back and reconstruct those genealogies, perhaps there is a future for feminist literature as we want it to be. But I don't think that there is going to be any future if a person who writes rewriting of mythology just watches Percy Jackson and thinks, oh, I'm going to make a lot of money out of that because that's so trendy. That's the point. For me, that's extremely problematic there, because there's a lot of careers being built on trends. And I would interrogate myself, why is that happening? Why have the feminists of 40 years ago been missing something? Have they miscommunicated some things? Have we been losing some references or archives have been lost? No, archives are there. We just have to go back and read them. And, talk to people who came before us, before we can talk to our children about myths or whatever form of feminine writing we want to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this observation, which is a problem in Italy, at least, or globally, the lack of liaison or the break between generations, something that I actually reflected upon a lot when in 2005, when we had this big conference in Bath on gender and generation, which then gave rise to that book on European literature. So it was already un punto dolente, a point of suffering of relationships between different generations, which is something you have done quite a lot for in your book-length interview with such a big representative of Italian feminist activism, who was also an essayist and a novelist, Maria Rosa Cutruffelli. Okay, any other offers? Sandra, were you going to say something?
I just wanted to say that, that question about Wittig's pleasure of reading, and in January I sort of presented on a different element from Wittig's work, and Diana Holmes was in the audience, and she was presenting on immersivity, and I think that at the moment she's sort of theorizing the concept of immersivity. So I'm really, Serena, you've listened to her on Wednesday, haven't you? So I'm really gutted that I missed that, and you as well. Fantastic. Yes, that I've missed that, because that's I think I'm very biased in the sense that I've read Wittig so many times, and I'm so close to her that obviously that I do derive pleasure from it. And I think that there's probably different conceptualization of pleasures, and there's definitely something about that sort of bodily pleasure that that comes from the physical book, but as well just sort of that kind of embodied pleasure from reading what's in her text. But yeah, it's very difficult to read, and it's probably more difficult to read in translation because of those textual innovations. I mean, I haven't spoken at all about the work that she does on pronouns, on grammar, or anything, but because of all of that work on pronouns and grammar, it's very difficult to translate. So any translation of her makes it even more, it adds an extra layer of difficulty. But sort of going back to that idea of female genealogies, and if I can use the sort of the tapestry image, because it brings me with sort of fills me with optimism, I think. And the problem is that the reference now escapes me. I've written a piece on this, and I had a very good reference. Somebody else said it, not me, and they were sort of saying that marginalization, discrimination, everything that sort of women have gone through, any other marginalized categories, is so ingrained because it was repeated. It didn't happen once. It repeated itself for hundreds of years. So in order to get out of that cycle, we have to do the same. It's not enough for one person to write something or for one artist, women artists to do so. We have to repeat. So there is strength in this repetition. There is strength in going back to these images, because what that does, if we think about weaving or a tapestry, is that it makes the fiber stronger. The more you repeat, the more you go over something, even when you sew a button or something, it makes it stronger, which means that the next time somebody tries to throw you into obscurity or to marginalize you as a writer or an artist or whatever, they can't, because there's links to the other one, somebody else has written about you. So even if they do try to cast you to the sort of kind of the shadows of the literary field or whatever it is those links, those female genealogies of creations, those links that make it stronger. And that's why I think that it's so important to have these communities of thought, of practice, and really of kind of the thing that Penelope and Circe did, of lifting each other up. And I think that is probably the opportunity in feminist creativity at the moment.
Well, that takes us directly back to Ferrante and the power, the strength of female relationality as a creative, as a tool to creativity, for creativity. I had another thought while you were talking. Oh yes, I wanted just to go back to Agnès and what she said, how she answered my question about the literary cafe of her protagonist, that what is important is to read. Of course, I don't agree entirely that it doesn't matter what you read, because, reading certain romances that still might perpetuate patriarchal relations, I don't think is very useful. But I think that perhaps writers nowadays have all of them learned that they have to play the field, play with moving away from there in order to be relevant to today, at the same time gain a large readership. So maybe that is what Serena was telling us yesterday about the dilution, the diffusing of the feminist contents. But she also said, but there are positive aspects to it. So, but generally, let's say that this kind of novel is democratizing reader, or at least there is an important movement towards making reading more accessible, or something that all of us can enjoy, but also learn from it and acquire knowledge. So I don't know, Sandra, would you like to say anything to that?
Well, I just want to do my Oscar bit of thank you. So just let me know whenever I can do. I've got my list, the bit that I did at the beginning, I'm going to do at the end as well. So
before you do that, I have to say two things. One, that I apologize for sending those two links in the chat while I think Sandra was speaking or Shelby was speaking, because I must have distracted you, but I didn't intend to send them off. I was just preparing one, and then one left. Those links are to the I was reminded of them by Shelby and Daria's paper, because they very kindly, and some other people who have, other colleagues who had originally sent us proposals for the first time the conference should have been held, they did the blogs. And so there are some blogs, and there is one by Shelby on Circe, and there is one by Daria on Americana. There is a podcast by Francesca, and another one by Monica, and other blogs there. So I thought it would be fair to let you know that there were those there. So you can go and start reading. Orshi, did you do one as well?
Yes, I think I did.
Yes, I did.
Back then, my topic was completely different. And
that's okay. It's still a good contribution. So please do go and look them up. And the last thing I want to say, and then I really shut up, is I want to tell you a little secret. And that is that last night when Sandra left the conference at 4 o'clock, it was because she'd been nominated for one of the university awards, and she'd only heard a few days ago, and she got it. She won the award for outreach, was that public outreach, in the category of dedication. So I thought we should, you know, give her a real
congratulations, Sandra.
Congratulations,
so
because
congratulations.
this really covers and makes it even clearer the contribution that she does to research, to teaching, and other areas of the academic community. And now I really shut up and let Sandra do all the other bits and pieces.
Thank you so much, Adalgisa. That's another passion of mine, public engagement and outreach. So anybody who wants a collab, then just let me know. Before I do my Oscar thank yous, if any of you have any events or any books or any conferences or anything that you want to advertise, please feel free to drop them in the chat. Leanne, I'm thinking here of the book that your book that's coming out in September. If you've got a link to it or something for the intro, just please feel free to use the chat as a space, as a tapestry, as a space for sharing, for any events that you want people to join and come. So the thank yous, which you've heard yesterday morning, but you're going to hear again because I feel that they're very important. Well, thank you to all of you. Thank you to all the panelists for the conference wouldn't exist without you. And this atmosphere that Orsi mentioned, which we're talking about with Adalgisa and Godela, it felt very much like an in-person, you know, chatting over coffee and sharing. This would not exist without all of the panelists and all of the participants and all of the support and care and kindness that you've shown each other. So thank you so much for that contribution. And thank you so much to all the chairs. And I'm going to name them very much again: Chris, Emily, Milena, Marie-Lise, Serena, and Godela. Thank you so much for helping us out on that. Thank you so much to our keynote, Dr. Serena Todesco. It was just absolutely fantastic, and the start of many to come, I think, and many sort of collaborations. And even if in absentia, thank you so much to Agnès Martin-Lugand. It was one of my dreams come true, and I'm going to say selfishly that, you know, to interview her. But really thank you as well to her team, because they've been exceptional in sharing resources with us, and especially Honorine Dupuis-Danjac. Thank you so much to Rosie Eyre, who translated those lovely passages that you've heard, and to my students, Gia and Nadia, who are just really lovely and really interested in literature. So thank you so much to them. And a massive, massive hand to Matilde, who you've heard in your ears. This wouldn't have happened without her. So really, she was the one who facilitated it. And talking about facilitation, Kathy at the IMLR, because she was an absolute goddess. She was a goddess. Now that we're thinking about myths and goddesses of all of this, the support that Godela and Shirley from the Center for Contemporary Women's Writing had shown us was, you know, from day one when we came with the idea, they let us roll with it. So thank you so much. And thank you as well to the Consal Endowment Fund for the money, because otherwise we wouldn't have been able to do it. Last but not least, and most importantly, thank you to Adalgisa, because whenever I have a mad idea, Adalgisa supports me, nurtures me, and she is the embodiment of that, you know, of the entrustment that Francesca was talking about, and on that of lifting other people up. If there's anybody who lifts other women up, it's Adalgisa. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. You make me, I feel moved.